Gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here for the 5th International IP Enforcement Summit. You're all very welcome, both here in Sofia to this beautiful Palace of Culture, and I also want to say a very, very warm welcome to those joining online. We've had hundreds of registrations, so I know people will be tuning in from across the EU and presumably even further afield as well. My name's Jennifer Baker. I'm going to be your MC for the next day and a half. I'm a policy journalist. I'm based in Brussels, but I do follow this sector. So my job is to have the questions, but not necessarily the answers. Those will be coming from our lineup of absolutely great speakers. We've got more than 50 speakers over the next day and a half, which is a huge achievement on the part of the organisers. You're going to hear from European and international decision makers, from law enforcement agencies, from multinational companies, from small and medium-sized enterprises as well as consumer representatives. So a vast wealth of experience will be taking to this stage. So we're extremely grateful to the European IPO and to the Patent Office of the Republic of Bulgaria, our two big hosts here today. We're going to try and focus on innovative solutions. We're also going to be talking about various tools, including the toolbox against counterfeiting. We'll talk about things like the Digital Services Act and, of course, the European Multidisciplinary Platform against criminal threats. We will have panels, we will have breakout sessions, we have keynote speakers. But first, of course, in our hierarchy of needs, you saw it there on the screen, is Wi-Fi, and the network is IP Summit 2023, and the password is Summit 2023. So please do join us online. For those following online, we want you to get involved as well. Use the social media hashtag IP Enforcement and share with your colleagues, perhaps beyond this room or perhaps beyond joining us online, to make sure they know on social media what we're discussing. We're going to be using a tool called Slido to get your opinion on some of our panels. We're going to take some temperatures of what people think as we open up panels, but I'll tell you a little bit more about that as we come to that point. During the Q&A on our panels, please, those of you in the room, don't be shy. We want to hear your questions. We want to hear your thoughts. Just raise your hand and one of our assistants will get a microphone to you to take the floor. We're also going to have breakout rooms later on. I'll give you a little bit more detail on how we're going to sort that out. You will have the details on your badges, but don't worry. You will be guided through the next couple of days, but what we really want is great dialogue, great discussion, and hopefully something that may be intense but very engaging. So now we're going to hear welcome addresses from our hosts, both our hosts here in Bulgaria and our hosts from the European Union Intellectual Property Office. But first, I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Vladia Borisova, President of the Patent Office of the Republic of Bulgaria. Please. Vladia, thank you so much. And just a reminder, we have translation between Bulgarian and English, so grab your headsets. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Уважаеми министър Стоянов, уважаеми господин Аршамбо, уважаеми госпожи и господа, скъпи гости! Позволете ми най-сърдечно да приветствам всички с добре дошли в София на международната среща на високо равнище IP Enforcement Summit 2023. За нас е чест, че Патентно ведомство на Република България е домакин на петата международна в областта на интелектуалната собственост.
We would very much like to thank the EUIPO and the European Commission for co-organizing this event. Over the next 2 days, here at the National Palace of Culture, we will have the opportunity to discuss together effective solutions in order to tackle the counterfeiting of goods and services and intellectual property crime at a global level. The Republic of Bulgaria is one of the member states of the European Union in which the Patent Office, as the national authority, which is responsible for the legal protection of industrial property rights, is also responsible for protecting against infringement, both administrative and criminal, of trademarks and industrial design rights. Over the last few years, there has been an increase in the number of infringements against trademarks and industrial design rights. This is why we need to work together to prevent this type of criminality. In this context, the work of the Patent Office under administrative and criminal provisions has increased. By the end of May alone, 177 files have been processed. The number of penal decrees issued, the percentage we have reached is 72. We expect that by the middle of the year we will reach the indicators for the last year. This means 100% increase on an annual basis. The administrative and criminal the work under administrative and criminal law provisions of the Patent Office has increased also due to the effective interagency communication with the responsible institutions for the protection of industrial property rights in the course of administrative, criminal and civil proceedings. As a result of this, by the end of May alone, we have already reached the indicators for last year in terms of reports and files sent by our office to competent authorities. In addition to the activities mandated by law, the Patent Office is implementing various measures to combat industrial property infringements in the form of a number of initiatives at national level. These relate to raising awareness of the value of industrial property as a valuable business asset and the consequence of counterfeiting and proliferation of products that bring economic losses to businesses and damage consumers' rights. Such an initiative is the participation of our office in the EUIPO project, European Network of Authenticity. The project was launched with the support of the EUIPO Observatory, and during the last 3 years, 4 Bulgarian cities, namely Sofia, Plovdiv, Burgas and Târgoviște, have been successfully certified as cities whose local administration, business representatives and consumers have been informed about benefits of intellectual property and the harm of the production, trade and consumption of goods and services infringing industrial property rights. Last but not least, we are proud that the Republic of Bulgaria is part of the European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Criminal Threats, EMPACT, through the role and active participation of Bulgarian law enforcement authorities. I believe that as co-hosts we will contribute to giving a serious impetus through this event to achieving real results in the fight against infringements of intellectual property rights through discussions and information exchange. Thank you and have success in your work.
Thank you very much indeed. As you say, we will be picking up on a lot of those themes over the next day and a half, and we are extremely grateful. Thank you very much for hosting us in this beautiful building. We're going to turn to our other hosts, so I'm very pleased to welcome Christian Archambault, the Executive Director of the European Union Intellectual Property Office. Christian, please.
Minister Stoyanov, Mrs. Borisova, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, welcome to the International IP Enforcement Summit. This is the 5th time that we bring together key European and international decision makers, law enforcement authorities, multinational and smaller companies, and other relevant players to discuss how to improve the protection and enforcement of IP rights in the European Union, but also globally. If we want to encourage investment in innovation, we need an efficient and effectively enforced IP infrastructure to prevent commercial-scale IP infringement and the economic and social harm that they cause. Only in this way will creators and investors in the EU be able to reap proper returns for their innovation and be driven to develop welfare-enhancing advances for EU citizens. Since the first IP Enforcement Summit in London in 2014, we have seen significant progress being made in the area of IP enforcement and stakeholder collaboration and engagement. A key development has been the inclusion of IP crime amongst the European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Criminal Threats, or EMPACT, priorities for the 22-25 policy cycle, thanks to the advocacy carried out by many stakeholders and many of you who are here with us today. We are holding the summit in Sofia, which is also an authenticity, as Ms. Borisova said, as the Ministry of Interior of Bulgaria is the leader of the EMPACT IP Crime Action Plan at European level. This edition of the International IP Enforcement Summit represents a unique opportunity for stakeholders to share their expectation at a very relevant moment in the decision-making process ahead of the launch of the EU Toolbox against counterfeiting later this year. The Toolbox will complement the Digital Service Act, whose ambitious rules aim to ensuring more accountability for the providers of network infrastructure and, in particular, online platforms and social media platforms. Some of these online businesses have already undertaken voluntary measures, participating in different initiatives such as the Stakeholder Dialogue or Memorandum of Understanding under the Commission's Follow the Money approach. By setting landmark rules for online players, the Digital Service Act is also an opportunity for the EUIPO to further support the Commission and national authorities in the implementation of the IP-related enforcement activities of this new European regulation, for example, through knowledge-building activities or by providing input on the systemic issues of intermediaries in the fight against online IP infringement. Every single thing that we can do, whether in the form of legislative initiative, stakeholder dialogues, information and knowledge sharing, or leverage of technological development, can only help in the fight against counterfeiting and piracy. And we need to do everything we can to be more effective in fighting IP infringement, especially as regards intelligence gathering and exchanging of information between authorities. At EUIPO, one of our flagship projects is specifically designed to support these exchanges, and it is, of course, the IP Enforcement Portal, or IPEP. This project offers a secure portal for the exchange of data amongst enforcers and with right holders, as well as single entry points for the submission and management of applications for actions. We are currently working on developing and improving the project, such as with the deployment of the IPEP mobile app for enforcement authority, which will simplify and improve the notification of detentions. But we also need many, many more right holders to make use of this tool. In today's increasingly technical and interconnected digital landscape, we need to use the very latest technologies in order to protect digital content and guarantee the authenticity of products. This is why we have been working on a way of interconnecting product track and trace solutions with the risk analysis systems of enforcement authorities and existing EUIPO tool like TMView, DesignView, the IP Enforcement Portal, and our IP register on blockchain. Following the anti-counterfeiting blockathon infrastructure design contest organized by the EUIPO last year, we developed a proof of concept for blockchain-based infrastructure that will authenticate product and exchange data between all parties in the supply chain and customs authorities. And this works. We have organized the sending of products from China with all the people involved in the supply chain. We expect to have an operational pilot of this infrastructure in place by the end of this year. Looking forward, the EUIPO will continue collaborating with key partners through the Blockathon Forum, a network of blockchain experts and different entities involved in the fight against counterfeiting. We will also work in close collaboration with the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure and the Digital Product Passport. We welcome all right holders, manufacturers, logistic operators, enforcement authorities, retailers, as well as the entire blockchain community to take part in this journey with us, because it is only by working together that we will make this happen. At the EUIPO, this is not the only solution that we have developed to tackle the challenge of IPR infringement. We are also looking at assisting small and medium enterprises with the IP scan on enforcement as part of the EU Toolbox that Commissioner Breton is responsible for. As part of our SME Fund 2023, EUIPO will pilot an IP scan enforcement service based on the IP scan service already provided to give guidance to SMEs on what to do if their IP rights are infringed or if they are at risk of being challenged by a third party for an alleged infringement of a third-party IP asset. We expect this new service to go live end of September of this year. And we also support policymakers by providing a solid objective basis for their actions. We recently published a discussion paper on fighting illegal streaming of live events, covering the current trends, challenges, and good practices, which served as a basis for discussion for the recommendation very recently adopted by the European Commission on combating online piracy of live content. The EUIPO has taken on the task to support the implementation and monitoring of the recommendation, and together with the Commission, will organize a conference in Alicante on the 9th and 10th of October, which will be the first ever event of a specialized network of national authorities managed by the EUIPO. Finally, let's not forget that it's not all about enforcement. Very often, it's also about explaining and understanding, as the IP perception study we just published showed. Here, our work to combat illegal downloading and promote legal alternatives, as well as our education activities and IP training for enforcers, are key. And lastly, the Observatory cooperates with national authorities and various national partners, IP offices, consumers associations, municipalities, to carry out the awareness campaigns and media outreach on the value of IP and the negative consequence of their infringement. In 2023, as the single market turns 30 years old, it is increasingly clear that IP plays a very strong role, not only in our resilience, but also in our competitiveness and growth. And at EUIPO, we work together with the EU institution, national and international authorities, and other public and private stakeholders to provide evidence, the cooperations, the tool, and more generally, the environment to really make a difference. This International IP Enforcement Summit can help us be more knowledgeable, more joined up, and more effective in the fight against IP infringement. And it is a real pleasure to have been able to address you this morning. Thank you, and have a good conference.
Thank you very much. Well, as the Executive Director has said, a lot has been going on at European Commission level this year. Of course, we've just seen the unitary patent system coming into force, and of course, the presentation of the patent package just back in April. So it is a very timely intervention that we have now via video message from the European Commissioner for the Internal Market, Thierry Breton. Let's have a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our ever-growing knowledge economy, intellectual property plays a central role. It gives entrepreneurs and businesses the incentive to invest in creativity, scale up their businesses, and reach commercial success. And beyond that, intellectual property is also a geopolitical driver. It helps Europe achieve its transition goals and gear up for the global tech race. Now the question is, does the European Union have what it takes to harness intellectual property to the fullest? To be frank, up until now, Europe's intellectual property landscape was fragmented. But this is changing, and changing fast. Following the launch of our IP action plan in 2020, the Commission has worked hard with all its partners to deliver on its commitments. I would like to highlight three main achievements. First, the unitary patent system, which came into force just a few days ago. This is a historical milestone, long awaited by industry. It will facilitate the process of filing and enforcing a patent for an invention in Europe, in particular by lowering the cost of maintaining the patent, as well as potential litigation costs, of course. Second, the presentation of the patent package in April of this year. As a complement to the unitary patent, it will further harmonize European patent law in key areas, namely standard essential patents, supplementary protection certificates, and compulsory licensing. This represents a huge step forward, completing, of course, the single market for patents. Third, the creation of a new EU-level protection for craft and industrial product with a geographical indication. As of 2025, it will give producers a decisive tool to combat any misuse or counterfeit product using a protected geographical origin. This shows that we are advancing towards a harmonized and robust legislative framework for IPR. But legislation cannot be effective without enforcement. And this is why I consider today's event so important. For some companies, IPR enforcement is a matter of survival, literally. According to the latest figures provided by the EU Intellectual Property Office at the OECD, an SME whose intellectual property has been infringed has 34% lower chance of surviving. Counterfeit and pirated goods still account for a significant percentage of EU import, up to an estimate of 6% in 2019. We must stop this trend. I'm glad to see that authorities and many relevant actors are already teaming up to address this issue, in particular in the framework of the European Multidisciplinary Platform against criminal threat EMPACT. In parallel, the Commission is developing an EU Toolbox against counterfeiting to be launched later this year with four main goals. First, to improve cooperation between law enforcement authorities, intermediaries, and right holders. For example, with regards to the online sales of counterfeit goods under the Digital Services Act. Second, to clarify the legal rules and promote a uniform application of the Intellectual Property Enforcement Directive. Third, to promote new surveillance tools and technologies. And last but not least, to empower SMEs. With only 10% of SMEs reported to own IP rights, we must do better in helping them to protect their invention. So I count on your support to turn this toolbox into practice. For today, I am pleased to see the strong commitment of all key actors at this important event. I know Europe can rely on your dedication to promote and enforce intellectual property rules adamantly. And rest assured that you can definitely rely on the Commission too. I would like to wish you a very fruitful IP Enforcement Summit. Thank you very much.
Well, of course, we thank the Commissioner as well for taking the time in what we know is a very busy schedule to send us that exclusive message. We are also very honoured again to welcome one of our hosts here from Bulgaria, so please do have your translation devices at the ready, because we are going to hear now from the Minister of Internal Affairs of Bulgaria, Kalen Stoyanov. Thank you very much, Minister.
Уважаеми дами и господа, уважаеми гости! От името на Министерство на вътрешните
Yes.
работи на
On
Република
behalf of the Ministry of the Interior of the Republic of Bulgaria, I would like to bid you welcome on the 5th edition of the International Summit of Law Enforcement in the IP area, which will be conducted today and tomorrow in Sofia. First, I would like to thank the Patent Office of the Republic of Bulgaria, the European Commission, and the EUIPO for organizing today's event, where you will discuss important issues on how to secure more efficient combating on a European and global level against different crime of infringing IP rights. As you very well know, this kind of criminal activity not only infringes seriously on companies, on the rights of IP, but can be a serious threat on the life and health of people and the environment. According to data published in a report by the European Commission and the EU IPO, in 2021, the law enforcement bodies of the European Union have confiscated about 86 million of false products at the amount of over 1 billion euro, which is 31% of these confiscated items in compared to 2020. This data give you a general picture of the scale of this problem. The governments of the EU member states have dedicated about are losing 15 billion euro every year from these counterfeit goods, including tax avoidance. This is a financial resource that we are losing, which can be invested in the welfare of people otherwise. In addition to the economic dimension, we should also pay attention to the impact of some counterfeit products on people's health and the environment. Counterfeiting certain goods, such as cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, spare parts for cars, and alcohol, liquor, can pose serious threats for the users. Needless to say, to explain about the health risk of counterfeiting pharmaceuticals, since in the production process, they can use chemicals that have extremely harmful effect on human health. On the other hand, using counterfeit products in the agriculture, such as pesticides and insecticides, can lead to very dangerous consequences for the environment, for the plants, and also for the consumers along the food chain. People committing crime against IP do not consider state borders. Today, a product produced in one continent can end up in a household in another continent just by a click of the mouse, and creating in this way conditions for illegal business, which is made use of not only by citizens but also of criminals. So the lack of borders made this internet space in a preferred medium for criminal activity, which has more often international nature. All this requires a coordinated trans-border approach to combat organized and serious crime, including IP crime. This approach would include coordinated action by law enforcement entities from all member states, with the active support of European agencies and institutions, international organizations, and the private sector. In 2021, an important step was made in that direction. The Council of the European Union made a decision to include all IP infringement rights to combat serious and crime.
2022-2025. Together with our European partners, Bulgaria was chosen as a leader, driver of the EMPACT priority and coordinating the efforts of the law enforcement authorities in the European Union to combat this criminal activity. Our country is making an effort to cope with a task which I'm sure are yielding results. In this connection, the Ministry of the Interior of the Republic of Bulgaria would like to thank you for the active cooperation and support of the police and customs authorities of the EU member states and third countries with which we work along different operations. I would like to thank also key European agencies and institutions which support our daily work. Among them, Europol, Olaf, Frontex, the service, the EUIPO, and Eurojust and the European Commission. Last but not least, I would like to say that the productive cooperation with the private sector is of major importance to combat crimes of intellectual property rights. In this connection, today's meeting is a wonderful opportunity to build partnership between the government and private sector, and I strongly urge you to make use of this opportunity. Once again, on my behalf and on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior of the Republic of Bulgaria, I would like to bid you welcome in Bulgaria and wish you productive and pleasant stay in Sofia. I hope these days you will have a very useful discussion that will satisfy everybody. Thank you for your attention. I need to leave because of urgent meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And once again, of course, we do appreciate all the support of our hosts here in Bulgaria. We're moving on to a section that we're talking about the industry perspective, so both larger companies and, of course, SMEs. We will have a short chat here on the stage in a few moments, but we're going to set the scene by hearing in each of our panels, in each of our discussions, from a keynote speaker to give us their perspective and raise some of the questions that we will then go on to discuss during the panel intervention. We have joining us live but remotely to do the keynote introduction to this panel. Very delighted to have joining Vice President Amazon, Dharmesh Mehta. Dharmesh, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me, Jennifer?
I can indeed, Dharmesh. I'm going to hand it over to you to take it away and set the scene for us.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jennifer. Commissioner Breton, ministers, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dharmesh Mehta, and I'm the Vice President of Amazon's Worldwide Selling Partner Services Organization. And I want to start by saying thank you to the EUIPO, its Executive Director, Christian Archambault, for inviting me to participate in this critical dialogue around ways to improve protection and enforcement of IP rights in the European Union and around the globe, and also for the opportunity to share our views on best practices and further actions needed to strengthen our collective fight against counterfeiters. 28 years ago, Amazon set out to become Earth's most customer-centric company. And as part of that mission, we obsess over earning and maintaining trust and ensuring that we provide a trustworthy shopping and selling experience for our customers and our selling partners. As a part of that, we continue to make significant investments and enhancements to our brand protection efforts. In 2022, we invested more than $1.2 billion and employed over 15,000 people, all dedicated to protecting customers, brands, selling partners, and our store from counterfeit, fraud, and other forms of abuse. This has been a journey over many years, and we found great success in stopping counterfeits by focusing on three key areas. First, implementing robust, proactive controls. Selling in Amazon store opens a world of opportunity for our entrepreneurs and small businesses, and we try to make it straightforward for entrepreneurs to be able to get started and get set up with a new selling account, but very difficult for bad actors to do so. In addition to verification of key seller information, tax, banking, and other data, we've continued to invest in advanced machine learning techniques and technology. This includes leveraging advances in neural networks and graph-based anomaly detection, multimodal classification, generative AI, and much, much more. These innovations, coupled with our efforts to hold bad actors accountable, have been effective in deterring counterfeiters from even trying to create a new selling account. And as a result, the number of bad actors that attempt to create a new selling account on Amazon has decreased from 6 million attempts in 2020 to 2.5 million attempts in 2021 to 800,000 attempts in 2022. Second, we focused on creating powerful tools for rights owners to more effectively protect their brands by partnering with us. We work with a large and ever-growing number of brands, and because they know their products best, we work together so we can be even more effective in stopping counterfeiters. Several years ago, we launched Amazon's Brand Registry, which is a free service for brands, regardless of whether they sell in our store. We leverage data that brands provide us within Brand Registry. And using that, Amazon has developed and continue to innovate upon automated protections that work across product catalogs to further reduce and prevent infringement of those brands. And as a result, in 2022, while we've continued to grow the number of products in our store and continue to grow the number of brands in Amazon's Brand Registry, we also received 35% fewer valid notices of infringement from rights owners. We're also proud of programs we've created like our IP Accelerator program for small businesses that are just getting started and they're looking for help in obtaining and protecting their intellectual property. The IP Accelerator program connects these businesses with a vetted network of trusted IP law firms in 39 different countries, in 13 different languages, offering high quality, trusted trademark registration services at pre-negotiated competitive rates for these small businesses. More than 16,000 small and medium-sized businesses have already used IP Accelerator to obtain trademarks. Third, we focused on holding counterfeiters accountable. We continue to work with brands and law enforcement to hold more counterfeiters accountable, to deter these criminals from abusing our store, and to stop them from selling counterfeits anywhere. Our efforts to identify and help dismantle counterfeit organizations are working, and they're making a positive impact. In 2022, Amazon's Counterfeit Crimes Unit, or CCU, sued or referred for criminal investigation over 1,300 counterfeiters globally. We also work to find the factories and the warehouses where these goods are created or stored and to get them shut down as well. And in 2022, we identified, seized, and appropriately disposed of over 6 million counterfeits, preventing them from being resold anywhere in the supply chain. For a few examples, in February, we partnered with Brother to file our first joint civil lawsuit in Europe against 18 members of a criminal ring that attempted to deceive customers by selling fake toner cartridges. We've also shared information with several public security bureaus in China that help local law enforcement raid counterfeiting operations across multiple Chinese provinces, seizing hundreds of thousands of counterfeits and dismantling multiple counterfeiting networks. But we don't do this on our own. In the EU, we regularly collaborate with Europol, with Guardia Civil in Spain, with Guardia di Finanza in Italy, and Germany's regional police services, as well as French and Belgian and German and Czech customs agencies. And just a few weeks ago, Amazon worked with the City of London's PIPCU to identify and stop a large criminal operation attempting to distribute thousands of counterfeit toothbrush heads. So those three pillars, proactive controls, powerful tools for rights owners, and holding bad actors accountable, have been critical to our strategy. But as you heard earlier today, counterfeiting remains a global concern for all of us. And so we recognize that while we've made significant progress, there's still a lot more to do. And we also know that we can be far more effective by working together across the private and public sector. And so we see three specific areas that we want to continue to collaborate and partner to stop counterfeiters across the industry. First, we believe that there should be more private sector information sharing. As we laid out in a 2021 blueprint for private and public sector partnership to stop counterfeiters, we think it's critical that the entire retail industry share information about confirmed counterfeiters to help stop these criminals across the supply chain and to do so earlier. So 2 months ago, we went public with our membership in the Anti-Counterfeiting Exchange, or ACX, which is an industry collaboration. It has started in the United States, and it's designed to make it more difficult for counterfeiters to move among different stores and safer for consumers to shop anywhere that they choose. ACX allows participating stores to share information about confirmed counterfeiters who attempted to sell counterfeits in their store, and it enables other participants to receive this information to identify if those counterfeiters are attempting to operate in their stores, and as a result, stop them more quickly than they would have without this collaborative data sharing. Through ACX, Amazon has already detected hundreds of matching accounts where the same counterfeiter was trying to create selling accounts on Amazon and at least one other retail industry player. And so we're excited that by leading the way and creating this industry-wide solution to share information about known counterfeiters, we've helped improve our collective ability to fight counterfeit crime. We're also eager to see the same or similar efforts across the globe, so we can all use this type of information in our ongoing efforts to detect and address counterfeiting. And we look forward to leveraging jurisdiction and region-specific best practices here in the EU, such as those that are laid out in the upcoming IP Toolbox against counterfeiting and the framework of the EU Memorandum of Understanding to enable conversations and drive European industry-wide data sharing on counterfeiters. Second, we want to see greater information sharing to stop counterfeits at the borders. We continue to expand our work with customs agencies around the world to mutually exchange information on counterfeit activity, so we can aid customs agencies in their detection and search and seizure efforts and strengthen law enforcement's ability to dismantle criminal networks behind these illicit goods. And so that customs agencies can work with us to not only stop the shipments that they seized, but to also help freeze other assets and inventory that we may have or know about from those counterfeiters. We've launched efforts with US Customs and Border Protection. We've launched efforts with Japan Customs, and all of these are already producing positive results. And we're in conversations with multiple customs authorities on reciprocal data sharing programs to help protect consumers, reduce fraud, and help us all be more efficient and effective. Together, we can stop more counterfeits from crossing borders and entering domestic supply chains. And we look forward to establishing similar partnerships here in the EU. Third, we believe we need greater prioritization and resourcing for law enforcement to prosecute counterfeiters. Amazon acknowledges and respects the hard work of law enforcement and prosecutors in fighting counterfeiters around the world. We're proud of our partnerships with agencies here in the EU that are pursuing these criminals, and we will continue to share in-depth criminal referrals. But we recognize that there are real constraints that our partners face in terms of resourcing that are sometimes limiting their impact. And so this past year, we were very encouraged by the EU's leadership in prioritizing IP crime in the European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Criminal Threats framework. We look forward to continuing to work with policymakers to ensure law enforcement has the resources that they need. So in closing, let me first say, we're proud of the progress we've been making in preventing counterfeits in our store. This has required significant resources and innovation, but it would not be possible without the amazing partnerships that we've been able to build with people like all of you in the room, with rights owners, with government agencies, law enforcement, IP organizations, and many others. Second, not only have we had a great impact together, but we've been able to establish best practices that can be applied across the retail industry and across the world for how the private and public sector can work together to stop counterfeit. And finally, while we believe we made a great deal of progress, we also believe that the industry has a long way to go, and you have our continued commitment to invest and innovate, as well as be a great partner to all of you. So we will not rest until we help drive counterfeits to zero. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today and to continue to be a part of this critical conversation and partnership.
Well, thank you very much, Damesh. Thank you for joining us. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here in person, but that's the story from the Amazon perspective. I'm now going to invite to the stage our two speakers for this discussion. We have Juan Manuel Perán, who's the Executive President of Picolinos, and we also have Brandon Blacko, who's CEO of BioWave. Gentlemen, please come and join me. We're going to hear about their stories as well. Have a seat, gentlemen, please. Brandon, let me start with you. You're on the smaller side. You're a 3-year-old company. Both your companies are Europe-born. But tell me a little bit about your IP story, your journey, and also tell us a little bit about the product and about the company.
Sure. So BioWave is a company that started 3 years ago when I re-met a childhood friend of mine, Evelyn O'Riordan. She basically told me about a disability she had that wasn't letting her play video games to the same extent that a lot of her colleagues could, even though she was making award-winning video games. I thought that, that kind of sucked. So I thought of a modular system that allowed people with disabilities to allow AI build them their own controller, but most importantly, in a scalable manner with a realistic supply chain. So I thought of this, and then we built this prototype together, and we began going through our journey to try and get funding. However, I, by chance, met a IP expert in Ireland, and he told me, dude, if you want to get funding for this, get your IP sorted. And I knew nothing about IP at that time, so I was kind of like, yeah. And then he really, really stressed it, and I'm so happy he did. He told me about an IP scan grant that the EUIPO were offering. So together we looked into it, we got that grant. It gave me his time without any ulterior motives, and basically he put a strategy in place for me, and ultimately he was there during the presentation when we got one of the largest angel seed round investments in Ireland.
And just to put a little bit of context, it's kind of like a handset that you customize to make it more usable for when you want to play games.
Correct. I'm not sure if I should say it this way, but it's like Lego for video game controllers.
Okay, that's one way of putting it. Juan Manuel, let me turn to you. You're a bigger organization, a longer established, but a family organization as well. Yeah. Tell us about what your journey has been and your perspective.
With the IP, is for us, we are in the fashion business. We are in a shoe company, Picolinos Group. And for us, we have every 6 months. It's like we have to try to reinvent our company through the designs. So for us, it's much more in the design registration and also the protection about the designs. And for us, the IP is very important in the way that we are very different in product-wise from the designs in the market, and that makes us that we try to follow to have icons. Our icons normally, they are through 8, 10 seasons. That means that we can be having styles from 8 to 10 years. We still have one design that was one of the first that my father did, and it's already 30 years.
And it's primarily shoes and leather goods we're talking about. Yeah.
And the thing is that for us, for us it's very important to protect those designs in the way that if we don't protect them properly, the lifetime of the design with all those copies, let's say, in the market can be 50% of the time. So we make an investment, we make a lot of work, not to have a 8 years design, so to have 3 years, because in the massive show in the market.
Well, Brandon, let me come back to you. You mentioned that you started your patenting path with an EUIPO grant. How important was that grant to you?
Oh, well, it was very important because I suppose the expert's time and energy that he gave to this project couldn't really be free of charge. You know, he is a very busy individual. So that gave me access to his time and energy in order to create that strategy and in order to start creating it more than a year in advance of us pushing for the seed round that we needed to advance our business. So if we had only started that journey just as we were coming into looking for funding and we realized it was important at that stage, then our funding round might have taken an entire other year and the business might not be in the position it's in today. So very important.
Well, Juan Manuel, you're at a very different stage down the similar path. How much is your company investing in fighting IP infringement?
Well, we every year we make something like 250, 300 new styles, and we have the old styles also. So we normally protect around 100, 120 designs. That is a lot for us because we are not in a fast fashion business. So that is a lot of number of protected designs that we need to have every year. And that is around, I don't know, 100,000, 150,000 euros, and that is a lot of money for us, for a company like us, to be investing in the protection.
And Brandon, now I know you've worked alongside huge companies like Microsoft, and that I'm interested to know how that sort of collaboration is helpful to you. Is it that knowledge source? Is it just being able to give you advice, or is it, you know, practical? This is the steps you should be taking.
It's a combination of everything, really. The video game controller space is an extremely competitive space, particularly given that it's a hardware market. So for a small company to enter that, help from the large players already is hugely accelerating. So one requirement we have for our controller is that it works with multiple different software ecosystems. Of course, Microsoft with the Xbox and PC have the largest chunk of the gaming market. So to be able to work with them opens up a huge amount of functionality and market to our controller. Having understood what IP is in the first place, having an IP strategy, having IP in place gave us huge confidence in conversing and moving forward with a company like Microsoft, just from our own perspective, so we could be confident in what we were saying and what we were sharing.
I mean, as you say, Microsoft has a huge market share, but presumably you don't just want to put all your eggs in one basket. How do you think about that?
Of course, and that's also natural in the video game controller space because there are multiple different ecosystems. So we do have to pay a license fee per controller that's sold to work with the Xbox ecosystem and PC for Microsoft ecosystem. It's a similar case for other big competitors out there, such as Nintendo and Sony. So we believe once we've everything in place, the concept's fully proven, things are working well by working with Microsoft, who are supporting us greatly, we'll be in a great position to move over to the lower market shares.
Juan Manuel, from a rights holder's perspective, I mean, how damaging is counterfeiting or piracy? Do you have any examples? I often ask for best practice examples. Have you any idea of worst practice examples or any stories?
Yeah, well, how is damaging? To make an idea, for example, our biggest markets is Spain, United States, and France, and then the rest of Europe. We make the main investment in our advertising is normally made in Spain and France. So when we start to do all the TV ads or social media ads, suddenly in that time appear something like, I don't know, hundreds of fake Picolinos pages that the consumer, they don't know if they are real or not. And that is on one side, and that is, for us, is something very, very damaged in the way that our consumers, they get scared and they don't know if they are buying in the safe page or not. And well, we have now with some companies and tools that we are working with, trying to remove as quick as possible all those pages. And also in the other way, that there are some articles in some platforms that also they are so similar with our designs that is also very complicated for the consumers to know if they are buying the original one or not. So that is the bad side.
Well, you've come on to what I want to ask you as the next question, which involves platforms. And I'm interested to know about how you think perhaps the fight against counterfeiting or piracy has changed over time. We're looking at an increasingly digital online marketplace for consumers. Has that made life more difficult? Or conversely, are you getting assistance from platforms in this fight?
Well, that also is making that, for example, in the past, from the design perspective, we had a competitor or someone who was making our same design, and they were selling in a shop in the middle of nowhere. And right now, the same brand, the same company is selling in the middle of nowhere and in big platforms that is very complicated. I mean, they show to all over the world. So that is the different part that before we had to be traveling around to trying to detect how was the fake product. And now it's much easier to find them for the consumer because it's very easy just to type it online and they can find it. And also that is something that we keep working on, trying to fight against that.
So good news and bad news, I suppose, both
That's
sides. Right. I would like to ask if we've got any questions from the audience, anything you want to hear from our two speakers here presenting various elements of industry with their own sort of personal experience. Any hands up in the room? Any questions? Oh, I don't see any. I think everyone hasn't had enough coffee yet, gentlemen. But I'm going to ask you a wrap-up question, both of you, which is, what would you like to see as positive change in the future? What needs to be improved on a European scale or on a global scale? From your side, Brandon, what might you like to see in the future that would make your life easier going forward?
Well, sure. I suppose more grants available to people that are bootstrapping, who are working off savings that mightn't necessarily be able to afford access to IP experts. Those grants, but also information on where to access those IP experts as sort of consultants to the business. And education in startup ecosystems, particularly in hardware, as to how important IP is in your seed or pre-seed funding rounds and just how early you need to plan in order to put that into place. We managed to get a patent through in less than a year through fast tracking. That was only through experience that we were able to do that. And also the unitary patent system in Ireland, there's a referendum happening soon enough to get that into constitution, so it'd be fantastic if that went through as well.
Okay, and from your perspective, Juan Manuel, you've seen changes. What's changed for the better, and what would you like to see in the future?
Well, I think that I know you are working on that very hard. Is trying to harmonize as much as possible all the laws all around Europe. That is something very important. And then trying to, that also you're working very hard in that, is that all the big platforms, they need to be implementing those new laws as quick as possible. And also we need that all in the courts trying to be more specialized and also very fast, because we are in a fashion business, and something that we detect today, if we are not fast, in a month and a half or 2 months can be already very late, and for us is a very, very big damage in the fashion.
So if I was to sum it up, it's resources, support, and speed and enforcement. Wonderful. A big round of applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for kicking us off. So thank you indeed. Very interesting stories there from very specific perspectives. We're moving on to our first block, which is going to be about strengthening the fight against IP crime through cooperation, specifically the European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Criminal Threats, or EMPACT. We're going to talk all about that, but we have a little formula for the panels for the rest of today and tomorrow. So I'm going to ask you to grab your phones. If you're following online at home, please open your browser and go to slido.com. If you go to slido.com, you should have the option to put in a code or a hashtag, and that is IP enforcement. So if we can get, I don't know, we can see there, you can go to IP enforcement. There will be a question, hopefully, when you get logged in, and it will ask, what are the key elements for better cooperation in fighting IP crime? We want you just to put in a word, whether it is support, whether it is resources, whether it is speed, it is better about collaboration. We want to know what are the things that you think are important. And you just put those in. We're going to create a word cloud, and we'll come back and have a look at that at the end of the panel. So you've got about an hour to keep putting in your thoughts as you're listening to our speakers. With each of our panels, we're going to kick off with a keynote speaker to set the scene for us and perhaps drive some of the direction of our discussion for the rest of the panelists. So in this case, we are delighted to have from OLAF, the European Anti-Fraud Office. As we know, OLAF is the only EU investigative body mandated to detect, investigate and work towards stopping fraud in the EU budget, and also with a special mandate to combat counterfeiting and IPR violations. So it's no surprise that we have invited to set the scene for this panel the Director, Revenue and International Operations, Investigations and Strategy from OLAF, Ernesto Bianchi. Ernesto, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here in Sofia with you today at this very important event. I'm particularly delighted because cooperation, which is the theme of this panel, is at the heart of everything that we do at the European Anti-Fraud Office. It's really written in our DNA. So it really feels almost natural for me to talk to you about that. Before we look at the challenges or the issues about cooperation, let's focus for a second on our enemy, on IP crime. What do we know about IP crime? We know it's a global phenomenon. We know that they reach out easily, they operate across areas of borders, jurisdictions, competence. They don't care about any of that. We have to do that, but they are very free. They're also very smart. They know, sadly often even before we know, the weaknesses in our legislation, in the way it is implemented, the loopholes. When we are not good at working together, they know that and they use it ruthlessly. We also know that they're very adaptable. We see them taking advantage very quickly of any crisis. COVID was one of them. But really, any time that there is something happening, they either find a way of going around obstacles and seizing new opportunities for their business. So what can our answer be to that? And the title of this panel is rightly cooperation, because that's the only way that we can do this. Each one of us in this room holds a precious piece of information, of a puzzle that we need to put together all the time to make sure that we are good at fighting IP crime. So in a way, we need to be as global as IP crime is. We need to team up. And this is one of the events that makes us team up. Of course, we need to continue doing this even after today. What does team up mean? It means, and we see this very often in our work, making sure that the different parts of the administrations, of national administrations, are capable of working together. I'm talking about the police, I'm talking about customs, I'm talking about authorities whose job is to give licenses, authorizations, control, and so on. It is not always the case, but we've learned painfully lessons there, so we need to continue to do that. It means also, in the European Union, making sure that we can do this across the member states of the EU. So they need to multiply that by 27. It's a bit of a challenge, but we have to do it. It means also coordinating the work of the European offices, of the European departments of the European Commission, so that we can really put it all together and work harmoniously. It means also reaching out to our partners in third countries. And it means also working with international organizations like Interpol, Ameripol, WCO. It's a huge challenge. Then we need also to make sure that we are good at working together with the private sector. We've heard already a few hints of how important that is. We need to do that because the private sector has knowledge about the product, their product, much better than any enforcement authority will ever have. And we need them at the very early stage of knowledge, and we need them when we do investigations too. Because of course we need to understand if what we are seeing, if what a custom officer is seeing on the ground is counterfeit or not. I said that IP crime is very smart. Well, we need to be equally smart. And let's just reconnect to what I was just saying about knowledge, about what we know. And again, having opportunities of sharing that knowledge from a very early stage, understanding what is going on, what could be going on, is a great asset that we need to continue exploiting. We've organized, in the context of EMPACT, also knowledge building events, webinars, that are really designed to share that information, to share that knowledge out. And we also have to do this when we detect and when we find fraud schemes. They need to become the patrimony of everyone, because the same fraud scheme, we see this very often, is exported to other countries or is happening in many countries at the same time. We need to be as adaptable as IP crime. I looked earlier on at one of the last cases that we have done, and I just wanted to kind of share a little story with you. You may have heard about it already. With COVID, of course, e-commerce has exploded, and we have already heard about the importance of dealing with e-commerce when we look at IP crime. The current most used fraud scheme in Europe, at least, which is very hard to get, is, you may have heard about this, the Matryoshka fraud scheme. It's a very nice story, Matryoshkas, the Russian dolls. In B2B commerce today, what happens very often is that we have consignments that no longer arrive in big containers like before. So we had the luxury of having everything packed in one thing. Now they arrive in boxes, larger boxes, that arrive at an arrival point in the European Union. From there, the big box is broken up into smaller boxes. The boxes are already in the big box. And then the medium-sized boxes are opened, and there you have like smaller envelopes, smaller packages, and those are the packages that actually will be arriving at our homes when we buy online. The net result of that is we very often, as enforcement authorities, do not know who has sold the product. We don't know who's going to buy it, and sometimes we don't even know what's in it. So this is really one of the areas that we need to focus on and make sure that we adapt our legislation, we adapt the way we work, we adapt the way we cooperate together to cope with that. Now we have already on the good side of what is going on, we have already joint operations going on all the time. We have EMPACT actions that are really very important too, because they put together the two sides of the coin, the administrative violation and the organized crime dimension. These two never can be taken apart because they're really part of the same phenomenon. And we have, of course, investigations going on at the same time. Now, one key issue that we need to really foster in cooperation to make it work is trust. Trust is a small word, but it's really all that we need to make sure that we can really continue working together, that we can share, knowing that what we are sharing is not going to be a danger for the work that we do. It's a plus. We need to do actions together. We need to investigate together. We need to make sure that we put everything on the table, including our scarce resources. This was mentioned many times, to make sure that really we go in the same direction. And an event like this is a trust builder, and I hope that this, and I know that this is not going to remain an isolated episode. So with that, and I am really looking forward to hear from the panel discussion what challenges, what issues, what suggestions we can collect to work together even better in this world where public authorities trust each other across borders, across jurisdictions, and when we can really openly share and discuss with the private sector, with industry and the right holders. With that, I'd like to thank you again for listening to me, and thanking very much also the EUIPO, who plays a really crucial role in that building that knowledge that we so desperately need to do our work right. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Ernesto, for that opening to our panel on looking at better cooperation. So I'd like to invite my panelists to please join me on stage. We have James Mancuso, who is Director at the US National IPR Coordination Center. Delphine Sarfati-Sobiera is CEO of UNIFAB. Bogdan Sinaru is the Head of Office Analysis Project Copy Online at Europol. And from here in Bulgaria, we have Gabriel Sekov, who is the Director of EMPACT, IP Crime, Counterfeiting Goods and Currencies at the Ministry of the Interior here in Bulgaria. So thank you all very much for joining us. Let's start with a little quick tour de table to tell us what you're working on at the moment, very briefly. James, perhaps you could go first.
Well, first, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. On behalf of the IPR Center, what we're working on is we're really the US government's collective approach to fighting IP crime. We're 30 partner agencies strong. Most of us are US law enforcement. We have some industry partners. We also have academia. And what we're doing is we're focusing the greatest investigative resources and authorities on the greatest threats to the United States. So that's what we're working on, large-scale, complex investigations. And now, over the last couple of years, what we've seen is our partnership with European law enforcement is increasing. And I like where it's going, and we're going to continue going that direction.
Thank you. Delphine, UNIFAB is the French Anti-Counterfeiting Association. You represent more than 200 companies. Tell me a bit more about that.
Yes, we lead 200 companies, all sectors of activities. Our mission is to aware the public about the consequences of counterfeit goods. We work with public authorities. We lead and we organize about 50 trainings for customs in France and abroad. We also have a huge collaboration with Digital World. And we have a role of lobbying, a big role of lobbying, because I always say that in France, the negative answer is acquired, and the job for UNIFAB is to get the positive one.
Well, thank you. Bogdan, obviously there's a huge amount of work that goes on within Europol, within EMPACT, and as well, of course, the IPC3, but give us a quick breakdown to refresh everyone's memory on the work you're doing.
For us, it is very hard to explain what we are doing because we are a big team and we are trying to cover all kind of IP crime activities. We have a lot of criminal organizations that are present all over the Europe, and not only Europe, also abroad. So that's why we are a team of 12 specialists from all over the Europe. We are divided in 6 specialists and 6 analysts and 3 analysts. And we are trying to do the best to cover all IP crime, and we are working from offline, from the physical sale of counterfeit goods to the online, and we are trying to be present to internet piracy, trademark. We are trying to cover also design crime, trade secrets. We are trying to be everywhere and to be present and to protect the EU consumers.
Thank you. Trying to be everywhere all at once is a little bit tricky, I know. Gabriel, turning to you, you're the driver of the EMPACT priority here since at least last year. So tell us a bit more about what actions you've been taking and what's the cooperation action plan.
Well, first of all, we've been talking about EMPACT the whole morning, but I would like to explain the process, because there are a lot of people and representatives from the private sector that most probably are not aware of it. EMPACT is a process that started in 2010. It's a member states-driven initiative to identify the most pressing threats for the internal security of the EU and tackle these in a coherent, coordinated manner following a specific methodology. So, as many of you know, in 2021 there was a political agreement at EU level to put IP crime and counterfeiting amongst the EMPACT priorities for the period 2022-2025, and last year was the first year of implementation of operational activities within the priority. Basically, what we try to do within the EMPACT priorities to gather experts from across the EU and also relevant non-EU countries, both police officers and also customs agents, but also representatives from other national administrations. Try to exchange information, improve the intelligence picture at EU level concerning certain gaps that we have with regard to IP crime. Also to initiate operations and investigations with transnational nature, operate both offline and online, depending on the type of operation we are conducting. We are trying to promote money laundering and asset recovery investigations against the people we are investigating, so that we can hit them where it hurts the most to take their money. Also to increase the capacity of the law enforcement actors across the EU to investigate this type of crime by organizing seminars, trainings, and so on. And last but not least, improve the cooperation with the private sector and try to build bridges with certain non-EU countries that are of interest in our field.
Well, thank you. I think since we've started there, we'll stay with the national level and then move on to EU and expand further to the global level. So Delphine, let me come and ask you then, if you can give us some examples of recent actions that specifically illustrate this idea of cooperation involved in the fight against counterfeiting in France.
We have a lot of examples, but I can talk about the really recent operation we work. For example, we work a lot with Saint-Ouen, which is a region of near Paris, and Saint-Ouen is very known for the flea market, les puces, le marché aux puces, and we can find there many counterfeit goods, all sector, perfumes, sportswear, and also tobacco, etc. And we work a lot with Saint-Ouen. We signed MOU with the mayor, I think, 15 years ago, with really not very good results, and we had discussions with the public authorities for months, with the French Ministry of Interior and also the ministry in charge of customs, and we discussed really frankly and really honestly to aware him about the danger of the image of the France. And now, for months, we work with the police, and we were 2 months ago there to close 6 shops there with the prosecutors, and we had also a big affair with in La Courneuve, and there were 2 warehouses with about 300,000 products, counterfeit products, they said. So now we work a lot in operational way because we can discuss, we can dialogue with everyone, but at the end we need to act.
Well, Bogdan, let's come on to the specific impact, and how useful is it to have IP as a priority under that, in practical terms?
For us, we miss it for the last cycle, and now we are pleased to have it again. It is, beside of having it, it is good because it managed to increase our awareness on IP crime in general, because in general everybody is seeing the IP crime as a petty crime, while if we are only talking about pharmaceutical products that are on the free market or other types of IP crime, it can hurt the consumers, it can affect the EU economy, and for us it is great that we have it, but also it is a challenge now, because we have a lot of operational actions and we need to fulfill it, we need to support the countries, we need to support the leaders that are dealing with it, and also it helps us to create a real capacity building between the different law enforcement authorities, to increase the cooperation between EU law enforcement agencies like Europol, Olaf, Frontex, and also we are working even better with other third partners, like other countries that are part of even if they are not part of the European Union, there are countries that are cooperating with us. So in the end, I can say that it is something useful. It is something that I hope it will be prolonged for another cycle. And also, beside of this, we managed to raise awareness about some types of specific crimes related to intellectual property rights, like internet piracy. We have now the Internet Protocol Television, the IPTV streaming, which was an issue up until this policy cycle, and now we managed to raise it as a priority. We doubled already our cases, our investigations that we are supporting at the European level. And in a nutshell, I can say that it is something useful. It is something that we should prolong, and with the support from our driver, with Gabriel, because he's supporting us a lot. As the same, because here we are in Bulgaria, we are working amazing with all the authorities. And beside of this, I need to emphasize that they have a structure that is working on all IP crime. And all the time I was deployed here in the last years with a lot of investigations, and I need to thank them for their involvement and their support.
Gabriel, same question to you. I mean, how important is this focus on IP under EMPACT?
Well, Bogdan said it all, basically. First of all, the EMPACT priority is bringing more visibility to IP crime, especially amongst the law enforcement authorities. So we are trying to basically get more commitment and more resources at national level from the administrations, so that these resources and energy is directed in the proper way. Apart from that, having IP as an EMPACT priority is also providing us with an opportunity to steer the focus and the direction of the national administrations in a certain direction that we would like. In particular, if we see a certain vulnerability that it's coming up right now, and this is not, let's say, known in the majority of the member states. So it's like we have a torch or, I don't know, a light that we put in a certain direction and tells, see, there is a problem here, we need to act.
James, I mean, we've put a little bit of a spotlight there on specific countries and on EMPACT, but it is an EU platform. How can it drive the fight against IP crime on a global scale, or where does it fit in from your perspective? How can it foster cooperation?
Oh, I think it's incredibly important. And the lessons learned from operations like this, right? So what you have is, I think, the executive director mentioned two powerful words: information and intelligence. Information and intelligence sharing is key. Also, operations of this nature, talking about looking at the threats, the next level threats, looking at how organizations on a global scale adapt, and then learning from the lessons learned and after action. Once operations conclude, it's very important to do a very thorough after action, lessons learned. What did we do right? What did we do wrong? And how are we going to refocus for the next time? So from law enforcement, we learn a tremendous amount from operations of this nature because, as we know, these organizations are global. So we can take lessons learned, we can partner with you, we can employ some successful methodologies, some strategies that worked, as well as learn that wasn't successful. So we can recalibrate. So I think what they're doing in this space on a global scale is really setting the bar very high.
Well, to follow up on that, I mean, we have certain tools already in place. We see lots of joint meetings. We see lots of great efforts. I mean, do you see any gaps? Are there other solutions? Are there other innovative ideas or tools that maybe could enhance cooperation between the private sector and enforcement? Or do you see just it needs to be more joined up with this kind of global, consistent thinking?
So one of the greatest things is really, it was mentioned again too, is trust. Trust in industry partners. And I think we've all figured out in this space who's a serious, committed partner, and we can really rely on those partnerships for that timely exchange of information, that real-time exchange of information. So I think enhanced partnerships is key across the board. At the IPR Center, what we have is we have industry partners sitting with us at the IPR Center, working hand in glove with our investigators. It's a very powerful tool. That real-time information sharing, not just a phone call away, not an email away, it's the next cube away. So if we were looking at U.S. law enforcement, I would like to expand that, to have our committed partners in bed with us, so we're more committed than ever to fighting the fight against counterfeiting.
And those partners, you mean private sector partners, or you mean different national bodies, or do you see in a collaboration at EU, US level? And where do you see
a couple things.
Those joined up parts coming?
A couple things. So we have private sector industry partners sitting with us. We are now looking to enhance our collaboration with EU law enforcement. So there's several law enforcement agencies that we're currently a partner. We have MOUs underway. I'm excited to announce in a couple of months with new European partners. So I think it's the all of the above approach. It's going to be successful.
Okay. Delphine, let me ask you, we've talked about the tools and you know, the importance of collaboration. Is there anything you think that we need to see happen more? Is there something else that would help?
I think we always more to have a better exchange of information, because companies made many investigations, and the information they get could help public authorities. So we need to have more exchanges, trust. Yes. For example, in France, we need to get more information about the investigation of customs. We have the secret of the customs, and I think it could be good for them, but not for companies, because if companies haven't the information about the products, the countries of products manufactured, etc., it's not easy to try to get more information and to be more efficient in the cooperation with public authorities. So I think we need to exchange more information.
Oh, Bogdan, I wanted to ask you about the good practices that can be exchanged between different jurisdictions. I think you've already heard a couple of examples, but give me your thoughts.
this is very challenging. All the time, I will give you a very simple example here, because I will start with something that criminals can do very easy, and for us it is very hard to work afterwards. So to create a website that if you are a criminal and you want to sell a counterfeit product online, you can create or to do an IP crime infringement, you can create a website in only, I think, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or once we did a test and it's maximum 5 minutes. So you can get a server immediately, an IP address, and afterwards you can relocate and you can work and you can build up the website. While for us to cooperate for different jurisdictions with different challenges, including in the European Union, we have all the countries, they have a different legislation, they have different units that are working on different crimes. So sometimes you are working with cyber crimes for taking down a website, sometimes with the economic crime police, sometimes you are working with a specific cybercrime unit from a border police that can support you, or from a financial crime authority that can investigate financial crimes, which are related to intellectual property crimes. So beside of this, we discovered that we are not alone in this fight. So we managed to create different networks of investigators on specific types of crimes. As you can see from our press releases, we are focusing on different crimes at the EU level. So we are having operations targeted on, for example, on counterfeit toys, counterfeit medicines, counterfeit pesticides, where we have our networks of investigators. And together with these networks, we managed to overlap all kinds of gaps that were there with us. And beside of this, we managed to involve other European agencies. I can mention here Olaf, because already we had a very good introduction of what it is, what are the challenges and how the things are going. And we are working with them. We are working on several operations. We are working with Eurojust, because nowadays we need to exchange European investigation orders, European arrest warrants, and you need to send it very fast. You need to work with the jurisdictions, and you cannot work only with police units. You need to work also with the prosecutors from all over the Europe and also outside of Europe, and the same for the customs authorities. And here we have a great support from Olaf. Sometimes we need to have some border checks. We are working with Frontex, and also beside of this, we are working with other agencies all over the Europe, like United States with United States Homeland Security. We work with different other countries or Interpol, and all the time we are trying to work, to create synergies, to cooperate, to see what is going wrong, to learn the good lessons and to cooperate. Because if you are, as I told you, the criminals, they do not have borders, they can work freely all over the Europe, they can do whatever they want, while for us, when we are starting investigations, we are working step by step. And beside of this, we are all the time trying to be in touch also with the private sector, because they are a key player for us. Without them, we do not know what are the trends, what are the new products that are counterfeited, what are the new trends in internet piracy, and this is helping us to learn more, to build up capacity, to build up knowledge, and in the end, to take down the criminal networks. And also we are targeting, because we spoke a lot, we are trying to create all the time also parallel investigations, a financial parallel investigation that can lead us to the money from the criminals. Because up until now, the criminals were only getting their products, counterfeit products seized, their factories closed, but in the end, nobody was targeting the money. So they were getting low penalties, and in the end, they were remaining with a high amount of money. So beside of this, we are working now also to take down, to identify their bank accounts, their crypto wallets, and wherever they're moving the money, real estates, car, vehicles, boats, I don't know, to seize it. So this is what we are doing in a cooperation at a bigger level.
Absolutely. When we're talking about that serious and organized crime level, that the following the money is very important. Gabriel, you heard there are a lot of examples of the sort of intra-agency cooperation that's happening. From your perspective, how does that work best, and what best facilitates that sort of cooperation, particularly with sort of organized IP crime?
Well, when we speak about interagency cooperation or cooperation as a whole, one key word was said in the opening speech by Ernesto. This word is trust. So only four letters, but a huge meaning. What we're trying to do is, first of all, to build trust amongst the experts in the different member states, so that afterwards this trust could lead to exchanging information and intelligence. So trust is precondition. After we start exchanging information, exchanging data, then we would be able to establish links of let's say, links between different member states affected by a transnational case. Apart from that, apart from cooperating and exchanging information, we are also trying to, it was already said, identify good or the worst practices that we've encountered so that we know what works and what is not working. We are trying to use some innovation, to use technology. This is not something that it's really, how to say, it's really widely used in police, to be honest, but we are trying to get technology into our proceedings to be more effective. And last but not least, building cooperation with the private sector, but this does not mean, I mean, I don't need to mention it, it's obvious.
Well, I think you're right about trust, and I think it's all pervasive. It's not just between collaborating partners, it's between industry and consumer and enforcement, and of course, between enforcement and the good actors that are out there. Let's take a specific example. I'm going to move on to the question of big sporting events, because, and Delphine, I'm going to let you kick off, because we know we have the Paris Olympics coming up. What are the additional concerns to tackle counterfeiting in the context of something like that, that is a very high-speed, single, but massive event?
We will see. Really, I think to fight against fakes, the first thing we need is to have the will of the government. So the will of the government is really important, and during the all big sports events, we will have two in France in few months. I think we need to collaborate with public authority, which we began to train them, and we never stop collaborating with them. But the image of the country could be impacted. So we need to act at different level. The French government, because we need the will. The public authorities, cooperation. And also the consumer, because if we don't inform them about the consequences of the counterfeit goods, about on the safety, on all the economic, social, etc., environment, you know, everything, we cannot have good results. So we need to act in 3 levels, and after when an association like UNIFAB have done this job, we give the baby to lawyers.
Well, I actually noticed that one of the comments on Slido was raising public awareness around issues. They thought that was important. And around a big sporting event, of course that has to be. James, have you any experience from the US side or globally that you can bring?
Sure. So at the IPR Center, we have an operation called Team Player. And it focuses on our partnership with all the US sporting leagues. And the big event in the United States is American football. It's the Super Bowl. And what that does...
I've heard of it, yeah.
You've heard of it.
Has anyone here heard of it?
So what the Super Bowl is an excellent opportunity for the IPR Center to partner with the sporting leagues. It's really the educational awareness piece, right? How to spot a counterfeit. The really outreach and the message directly to everyone attending, participating, viewing the Super Bowl. It's a very powerful tool. Everyone in law enforcement knows the cliches. We're never going to investigate our way out of this. So I think something that we're doing at the IPR Center is our training and outreach section. And this gives us a global stage to highlight the dangers of purchasing counterfeit goods. So it's something that we do every year at the Super Bowl, is really highlighting all of our success, all the major sporting industries, as well as I was just contacted, and we're already in preparations to take what we're doing at the IPR Center for the Super Bowl and apply that to the upcoming World Cup in 2026. So talk about forward thinking, looking down the road. We're already having these conversations on how do we message and get the greatest impact. So that's what we're doing.
I mean, so along with the threat landscape, you're seeing it as a huge educational opportunity.
100%. The media attention that descends upon wherever the host city of the Super Bowl is intense. So it's an excellent opportunity for the IPR Center to get the messaging out with all of our partners and educate the consumers about all the dangers associated with purchasing counterfeit goods.
Bogdan, let me ask you about, again, the issues of these big sporting events. I mean, I'm thinking as well, it's not just counterfeit goods. There could also be issues with tickets, and that leads to all sorts of unrest. We saw in Paris in European football last year, because if there's a vast glut of fake tickets, that leads to big problems. What sort of a preliminary run-up does Europol do in terms of using this as a messaging platform and in dealing with potential problems?
About the football events, in general, the sport events, this is a very big challenge because also for us, because the criminals are exploiting it to the maximum. So they are trying to develop on two sides to sell counterfeit products with the logo of that specific sport event, and maybe also to develop a little bit more on that size, like you said, to sell fake tickets or other types of crimes related to intellectual property crimes. And also they are part of the internet piracy. They are trying to offer to the consumers best prices for the events. By this, they can also, beside of piracy, they are committing another crime, and here we can speak a little bit about the polycriminality. They can also infect the consumers because they are trying to watch the cheapest way possible that event, and they can get their computer infected with malware, or if they are buying a specific service, maybe their credentials will be stolen, their credit cards, so that's why we are speaking here about cyber criminality, and on the other side we are speaking about counterfeiting and maybe some kind of misleading, because sometimes they can sell with, like they are saying, buy our genuine product, and in the end you are getting a product with a ticket which is also, it's a fake ticket, a forged one. And the criminals are very sophisticated, and for this, all the time we are trying to see what we can do, and we are trying to see how, if we can be there, and if we can do an activity to at least to reduce the risk, or if it's possible to stop all the criminal networks, which are becoming more and more sophisticated. They are trying to ship products from different countries like China, Turkey, and countries that where the cooperation it is not quite so easy. Even so, we are trying to overlap these challenges, and we are trying to cooperate with these countries, and we are trying to get intelligence. We are trying to see how we can support better the countries in this kind of investigations, because nowadays it is very simple to have a factory somewhere outside of the EU and afterwards to ship a counterfeit product. Besides of this, we saw that a lot of criminal organizations, like we had in the last operation Fake Star, they moved their factories close to the consumers. So maybe for the next sport events, we'll see that next to the country or the organizer of the competition, maybe there are several countries that are organizing, to see a factory that is assembling counterfeit products with the logo, or products like toys that are related to a specific competition. And speaking about piracy, which is the second part of intellectual property crimes, if you are speaking about the sport competitions, here it is also very sophisticated. Thanks to EMPACT, I need again to say thanks to EMPACT, we managed to build up the network of investigators that are dealing with IPTV crimes. So we are now trying to see what is going on this kind of broadcasting of sport events in general. We are trying to take down as many networks as possible, like we did 2 weeks ago when we took down one of the biggest networks that was operating in the western part of Europe. You can find our press release. It was Operation Fairlands. And we are trying to see what is behind these structures, because there are a lot of structures that are hosted outside of Europe while are offering services inside of Europe. However, we managed to seize their criminal assets. We managed to identify what their gainings, because all the time they need payment systems, and the payment systems are located here in Europe, like including the exchangers for the crypto payments. So this is what we are doing for the sport events. We are trying to be as present as possible, and we are trying to support the law enforcement authorities to the maximum.
Well, thank you. It's a lot to cover there, but yes, Delphine.
Yes, a little comment. For example, in France, in Paris, the Olympic village is closed 500 meters closed from les Puces de Saint-Ouen. So where we try to do something with the public authorities. So it's a very good example. Yes, they are really close now.
Yes.
Well, we're at the stage where I'm going to ask for questions from the audience. I already see something coming in digitally via Slido. So we'll start with one of those, but then if you're going to put your hands up in the room, please feel free to ask a question. James, this one is directed at you, asking, what is your view on cooperation with transport service providers like forwarders or airlines to help identify and stop the movement of counterfeit goods, or B, to create green lines for authenticated and genuine entities?
So that's a real challenge, right? It's as great as a convenience is to get goods into the United States, it's also a tremendous challenge. And what we're doing is we have offices embedded with all the major brands and industry, and we're trying to work together to tackle this problem. I believe it was Ernesto who said it best in terms of just what we're seeing in terms of the days of the giant sea container are over. It's the small parcels, it's a significant challenge. And what we're doing is we're working hand in glove with the major forwarders to try to tackle this problem. But it's a long-term challenge. It's going to require a long-term solution. If you think we've solved it, we haven't, but we're addressing it and we're doing everything we can. It's just going to take a little more time to work with them.
Okay, let's see. I mean, we also have a question here, I think. Gabriel, a question for you. Let me just call that one up. Yes. With which non-EU countries is EMPACT working? Working.
Well, just to give an example, one of our working partners is sitting the chair over there. We've invited several representatives from the United States for our next strategic meeting, for instance, that will be held on the 28th and 29th of June in EUIPO headquarters. So the United States will be represented. Of course, apart from them, we are also working together with some, let's say, Western Balkan partners. But of course, it's more difficult to work with them due to the limited resources they have, human resources, and also it's rarely that you would see a dedicated IP crime unit in these countries. But we work with them as well in order to increase their capacity and have them more involved in our operations. We also work with the United Kingdom a lot. And apart from them, Norway, Switzerland, and so on. Don't ask me about, let's say, some non-EU countries in the East, because it's kind of difficult to exchange information with them.
Okay, have we questions in the room? Anyone want to raise their hands who'd like to put a question to our panelists? I don't see any hands. Oh, yes, we have one just here. Yes. Sorry, we'll get a microphone to you.
Hello, this is Jan de Visser representing Philips. I was typing already, but I might just ask directly, because when we talk about cooperation with countries other than EU, or for example, former EU like the UK or the US, I was rather more interested to learn from either James and or Gabriel, what is the level of cooperation you have with China? And why do you think it's so difficult? Because it is not that difficult.
This would be easy for us because of current U.S. Diplomatic issues ongoing right now. Cooperation is limited at best, and what we've found is a lot of the industry partners have greater success in China, and a lot of our industry partners are very, very successful in targeting in their efforts. So from a U.S. perspective right now, it's limited at best, but that could change.
I fully recognize what you say in terms of, let's say, diplomatic circumstances impeding effective cooperation, but that does not hold on a cooperative level. I mean, corporations like us, we have a lot of contacts with Chinese officials on various levels in the administration, and indeed we do have successes, but those successes can only be fueled if we have more information available from people like yourself or from Gabriel and let's say country organizations in the EU that you are associated with to help us in that cooperation. I mean, less so than implies for or applies to government contacts. For corporate bodies like ours, it's much easier to get things going. But we often find that there are many impediments that just deprive us or does not allow us to get the right information to bring things back to China. And that is what we very much want to do. We have a lot of enforcement in China, lots of experience with enforcement in China. And you guys can help us to enhance that kind of activity level.
Well, I think we feel your pain to some degree, and possibly something to grab the gentleman bilaterally at later, because we're almost at the end of the time, and I want to see if there are other questions in the room. Do I see other hands going up? Anyone else want a question to our very knowledgeable panelists before I ask them to wrap up? Okay. We will move on to the I'm going to ask each of you to wrap up. It was alluded to during our discussion that there are changing trends, shifting sands, changing allegiances, even to get into the geopolitical context, but not too much. How do we look to the future? How do you plan for the future? What are you looking ahead to? And what would you say need to be the priorities? I'm going to go along the panel in order. So Gabriel, I'll let you start with your thoughts.
Well, first of all, I think that for us it's important to keep IP crime amongst the EMPACT priorities, because for us it means more visibility to IP crime at a global level. Secondly, it means more resources for the different units, and we are using this vehicle to promote the creation of IP units in countries in which we don't see such units. In order to have the IP crime as a priority within EMPACT, we are always encouraging the countries to provide their data, to provide information to Europol, so that we have the bigger picture. Europol is the EU Central Intelligence hub for the law enforcement community, and for me it's extremely important for them to have the complete picture. Otherwise, we can end up with having a fragmented information, and at the end it would be like looking through a broken glass and expected to have a clear sight. It's not possible. Secondly, we have to keep in mind that the EMPACT priorities are based on the conclusions of the Serious and Organized Crime Threat Assessment, EU SOCTA, the Europol's flagship analytical product. They can say that IP crime is really affecting the member states in a serious manner if they have the information to base their claims on. So this is why I'm always advocating, please provide your information and data to Europol so that they know what's going on.
Well, thank you. Bogdan, what are we looking forward to in the future? I mean, as we've just said, EMPACT's about midway through its policy cycle. What can we expect next with regard to IP, or what do you think should come next?
I need to thank very much Gabriel for advertising our activity and to our exchange of data. Besides of this, we are trying to receive, as Gabriel was saying, it is vital to receive more intelligence about the new trends and about the investigations ongoing from the member states to be able to support them. And for this, we are trying to create more and more networks of experts on a specific IP crime. We are trying to build up the knowledge, because this will continue for sure for the next period of time. I forgot to mention in my previous speech that beside of the private sector that is affected by the crime, we are also having a lot of intermediaries that are working with us, private companies that are dealing with transport, e-commerce platforms, digital social networks. We are working almost with all of them. We are trying to be there. They are also supporting us, and I need to thank them a lot, and we'll continue to enhance of our cooperation more and more. We'll be trying to attract more countries outside of the European Union and to see how we can work together, because at Europol we have two kinds of agreements. We have the strategical one where we can exchange only strategical data, while we have one operational where we can exchange data related to entities, and like this we can support the investigations that are already conducted by our partners. And what we are seeing, we are trying to identify the new trends, we are trying to be there, we are trying to enhance our capacity, and also we are trying to keep an eye on the new developing technologies, the online trends, because we'll see now we have a lot of new issues like Web 3.0, we'll have the new meta, and we need to see how it will be evolving. We have the NFTs, and many other technological trends that for sure will be exploited, will be abused by the criminals in the next period of time. And for this, we'll try to keep an eye on it. And this is what we'll be doing in the next period of time, and we'll be there for sure. You can hear from us all the time.
Thank you. Delphine, I presume you'll be keeping up the lobbying work.
Yes, sure. The cooperation is better. The comprehension of the consumers is also better. We have an office in China, we have an office in Japan, we have an office in Ivory Coast, because it's the new trend now for the manufacturing counterfeit goods. And we have also 25 experts all around the world to help our members to be stronger. And I think now we have a good dialogue with platforms. We will have always new challenges, but you know, when the situation is really bad, we can have only successes. So now I hope to have the success for months, for years, and I hope all the consequences of counterfeit goods on environments is now really understood by consumers, and I think it could help us very, very more in this fight.
James, final word, which is always a bit of a tricky position to be in at the end of a panel.
First, your technical savvy skills are unbelievable. The way you're just maneuvering around this, I'm just mesmerized right now. So IP crime is a priority in the United States. Clearly, it's a priority in Europe. What we're doing is really focusing on outreach and training and looking at the countries where it's not a priority, and spending a lot of time with our partners in the State Department, with the U.S. attorneys and prosecutors, and traveling to those countries and really doing kind of a workshop of best practices where we have investigators, we've got judges, we've got the customs officers, we have everyone there together. And what we're just kind of imparting a little bit of knowledge to, if they're receptive to receiving this advice, and basically kind of training them up and showing them it is a priority. So that's something that we're doing. We will continue to do. The amount of countries we visited last year was staggering, and we're going to keep the momentum going into next year.
Marvellous. Thank you very much. And can I have a round of applause, please, for all our panelists? Thank you. So we are going to take a coffee break, but after the break, we're going to have the breakout sessions. Now, you should each have on your badge, you should also have received an email, but if you can't find it, the session that you're registered to is on your badge. Breakout session 1, intensifying cooperation with intermediaries to tackle IP infringement at the source, will be here in this plenary room. Breakout session 2, protecting live sporting events, which we kick-started already, is on Hall 3.1, and that is on the right as you leave, so out this way as you go out of the room. And the breakout session 3, Raising IP Awareness Among Consumers and Increasing the IP Knowledge of Enforcement Authorities, is Hall 3.2, so out and to your left. The coffee break will take place out in the reception area. Those of you online, please keep sharing using the hashtag IP Enforcement. We are going to take a half-hour coffee break and then we'll go into those breakout sessions. After the breakout sessions, we'll come back to the plenary room for the chairs summing up. So a reminder to our chairs, make sure to allow 5 minutes for everyone to come back to this room. Have a great break and a great breakout session.
Alle guten, alle bösen, folgen you.
Okay, welcome back to those of you who've been in other rooms for breakout sessions, and well done those of you who've just been enjoying the session here in the plenary room. I hope it was a fruitful discussion for everyone. We are now just going to have a relatively brief roundup before we take our lunch break from each of the different breakout sessions, so that everyone feels that they've heard a bit about everything that's going on, that nobody's missing large chunks of our program. So I think we'll go in a bit reverse order to break things up a bit. Virginie, we'll start with the breakout session 3. You were discussing raising IP awareness among consumers and increasing the IP knowledge of enforcement authorities. Those are kind of two a little bit different things, but it's all about awareness and education, something that came up in our opening sessions. So tell me, what were the big topics, and break it down for us. What was driving the interest in your session?
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. So yes, I mean, we have 4 very interesting panelists who were each specialized in different fields, so that brought something very different to the discussion. So we had 2 panelists very interested in training IP enforcers, going at the source, And what I retain from this discussion is that first, it's a very practical training. We are talking about enforcers or people wishing to graduate as IP, as enforcer, be it custom officers, police officers going on the ground, meeting with the right people, and following this program, intensive program, to really understand the core of the IP crime, the strategy behind IP crime, the criminal organization behind IP crime, and very, very practical. But on top of that, also what was striking is there was the cross cooperation, if I may say, between the different authorities. Like they want something practical, but they want also something that is comprehensive enough and involving all the different agencies. And also the use of new technologies. That is something that is increasingly being used. So it can help also multiplying the training opportunities, because on site you can sometimes only have one person, where some member states would need to train many, many people. So online training is something that is really helping in that respect. And also the use of apps. But here it was not so much for the training, but on the consumer side, because, and that's another panelist that was also present there, who was very passionate about consumer. And I think the message to put the consumer at the center of the discussions IP crime was very important to pass. And I think it is, because as he said, counterfeit t-shirt is maybe cheap, but it's quite costly for society in terms of environment, health, or whatever it can be, to also the cost to the economy. And so here we need to provide the tools to consumer. That was the message, I think, that was important to pass. And we can start very early, already, with kids, training kids in school, explaining the cost of counterfeiting for the society, but also empowering consumer by providing the right information. And here also new technologies can be used, as for instance an app allowing to get the full information on a product, on a counterfeit product or a product as such. And then we had, and that was fascinating also, songwriter. So we had the possibility to see piracy from its maybe very first victim, where we can see that the real impact that piracy has. And again here, the message was, people are aware, but continue. So what can we do to stop that? And in that respect, it was also interesting to see the very recently published IP perception report, where we have already some pieces on how we can better tackle, awareness when it comes to fighting buying, counterfeit goods and accessing illegal contents, be it by raising awareness around legal offer, or raising awareness around the consequences that counterfeit activities have on the society as a whole and on other topics. So that would be...
I'm glad you mentioned that report, because I had the figures in front of me. If you hadn't mentioned, I was going to start throwing percentages at you. I mean, it's quite striking that 1 in 3 Europeans find it acceptable to buy counterfeit products if the price of the genuine product is too high. But at the same time, there's some good figures coming out of that report as well. 83% think buying counterfeits supports unethical behaviour. And then when it comes to questions on digital piracy, 82% agree that accessing content illegally poses harms, such as potential harms to minors. So all that sort of issues, I guess, come together under your breakout sessions. We're covering an awful lot there. Ida, you were talking about live events. We again touched on this, we trailed a little bit in one of our first sessions. But tell me again, what were the focus points? What were your panelists saying?
So in comparison to the previous panel, where the focus was mostly on the criminal component and enforcement into taking down these rogue operators that operate, actually the focus of our panel was more into the immediate reaction that can happen to, during the event, actually prevent the harm or in other live events. I would say, since the panelists represented right holders, they were somewhat reserved a bit, even though they did say that the positive thing is that there is now a clear link in between the DSA and the piracy of these type of events. But they do have a wish list into how the future landscape of enforcing their rights might look like. And for example, this is setting up for the intermediaries different trusted flagger mechanisms, or putting in place policies against repeated misuse of intermediary services, going a bit beyond the purely territorial national scope and having something more across the entire EU, for example, and so on. But also important message is that they are also aware that not all intermediaries are bad intermediaries. There are, of course, those that cooperate and that have different agreements or mechanisms already in place, and such cooperation should indeed be further praised and explored. So I think I will end with this and hear the rest of the updates.
I think, once again, cooperation, another watchword that we're hearing come up again and again. Harry, you had the big room to yourself. Intensifying cooperation, again, with intermediaries to tackle IP infringement at source. Tell us, what were the key points that came out of your discussion?
Okay, so we had a panel of 3. We had one right holder, that's standard, I would say, and then we had one representative of Meta, known from Facebook and Facebook Marketplace and WhatsApp, and we had a representative of MasterCard, known from the payments. And so we had a discussion more in general, like what are your biggest challenges to curb IP infringement, and everyone could say whatever he or she wanted. But we also went into new technologies, and we discussed the state of play of the legal framework, right? And the takeaway points, well, there were several maybe, but one of the things I'd like to identify was the difference between MasterCard and Meta. So MasterCard works with contractual relations and nothing else, right? And they are quite strong in the field. So it may not be known by everyone that if MasterCard finds out that there is a merchant that is selling illegal content and that is facilitated by a bank, then MasterCard can impose a fine on the bank as if it was a state. You know, well, I mean, it was not brought like that, but I thought that was quite interesting. Together with the clear willingness of MasterCard to collaborate with not only the banks that are issuing the cards, it's quite a complicated mechanism, but it's not MasterCard that gives you the card, it's the bank that gives you the card. So MasterCard has a contract with the bank. So it is not that, but MasterCard was saying, look, once we know that there is an illegal transaction, then we act, but we need to know. So right holders, you have to tell the banks, or you have to tell our system that that there is an illegal transaction, and then we act. And I did not hear anyone objecting that, so I think that was a good takeaway point from MasterCard. Now, Meta is in a different position, of course. They have 200 million, I think, account holders, and one of the problems they are facing is the variety of accounts that they are having. And if you want to act against illegal content, you need to have systems in place to recognize the illegal content. Meta is investing in fine-tuning the ways to identify illegal content, but it's not one size fits all. So there's a difference according to the accounts that they are facing, right? And then the right holders, well, the right holders, of course, the biggest concern of right holders is very often that once a infringing site or a listing online is taken down, then the next moment the same operator starts somewhere else. So there's an equivalent of a repeat infringer then. And that's a big problem for the right holders. So they continuously have to monitor sorry, and see where to act and where to notify, etc. When it came to the legislative framework, of course, we had to discuss the Digital Services Act, and I was asking the 3 panelists, what does it mean for you? Well, they were all aware what it was. For the right holders, in particular for Philips in this case, one of the main provisions is the know your business customer obligation that the e-commerce platforms now have, which means that e-commerce platforms should actually know who is offering the illegal content, who is offering the counterfeited product, and be transparent about it, yes? Mm-hmm. And that for Philips was one of the major improvements, actually. Now for Meta, the whole issue of the oversight of the European Commission, et cetera, is something new, and they put a lot of resources in seeing actually to what extent they are already in line with the DSA, which, by the way, has not yet entered into, has not yet become applicable for many of the provisions. That will only happen in February 2024. Although for big platforms, there are already new obligations in place that are active earlier. So they are still in the phase of checking out how they should change their methods to make it compliant with the DSA. And when it comes to MasterCard, well, they are not directly concerned, but they are following this very closely, of course, to see what the EU is doing with these platforms, the e-commerce platforms. And when I was asking them, well, what is the future then from voluntary agreements, such as the MOU on counterfeited products sold online, which is an agreement between right holders and e-commerce platforms, actually, to work together on the basis of certain KPIs and under the the chairmanship of the European Commission. The three of them were quite mildly positive about a continuation of that collaboration, because everyone agrees that you should continue to discuss the ways to improve the fight against counterfeiting and piracy.
And we heard from Amazon this morning as well, also a signatory to the Memorandum of Understanding, that they were positive about it too. You've described quite a few scenarios. I think probably people are very familiar with the whack-a-mole scenario you're describing there. Just a quick follow-up question to each of you. Virginie, when you spoke about specific training, was there anything, was it how to manage these sorts of scenarios, or was it more on technological innovations, or anything in particular that came up as an example of additional training that was needed?
I think there were two examples. First, the examples, of the Hungarian university, where they were really putting in place this very practical training for future enforcers in the graduating program. So that's where they were really focusing on the practicalities of all, what surrounds IP crime. And then the second one, and I think this shows the real importance of impact, and the fact that now IP is one of the priorities, because of course, since it is identified as a priority, then it is also identified as a priority in terms of trainings, and by the agency, enforcement agency, EU enforcement agency, where they say, okay, now that this is flagged as a priority, IP crime is flagged as a priority in impact, we are going to work on training on IP crime specifically, and that's also where the cross collaboration was discussed.
Ida, I know Virginie mentioned it in her first comments about the potential of apps to empower consumers. Is that something that is potentially happening in the sporting event space, or is there still more work to be done there in encouraging reporting from the public?
You mean use of apps?
Use of apps or use of feedback mechanisms that, might empower consumers to actually help enforcers do their job.
Well, we didn't discuss this topic. I'm sure that my panelists will be much better addressees of this question. But indeed, generally speaking, also the recommendation speaks about awareness raising of consumers, because sometimes they maybe don't even know where a legal offer is accessible. Sometimes, and actually surprisingly often, you hear the anecdotal example of somebody saying, well, I'm using this one set box, IPTV, and I have access to all the channels. I can watch whatever I want, whenever I please. And then you will say, well, are you sure this is legal content legal service. And then they reply, yes, I'm paying for it. And as we heard also some data in our panel, illegal IPTV, as EUIPO reported in the paper a few years ago, is actually a huge market. And we also heard from some speakers that essentially if you look in the market of pirated live sporting events, the illegal market is 50% or more of the total market. And of course this has a direct impact on the right holders who are then maybe not able to reinvest some of this money into grass sports or into some sports which are maybe not as popular as, I don't know, maybe female hockey. And it does have an impact, of course. So indeed, awareness raising of consumers is quite important. But also, as Virginie mentioned, and this is the Commission recommendation about, also we are really incentivizing member states to dedicate further resources, both financial and human, in building capacity within the authorities that are actually enforcing the rights. And as she said, and as my panelists agreed, definitely piracy is now put very high on the political agenda. It will not go away. I'm sure my right holders will not make it go away. And I'm sure that everybody is preparing to influence a bit the program of the new Commission. So I think this is really just a start, well, continuation of a very long discussion already, but it will only go further from here.
Okay, I think I know lunch is on its way. Do we have any questions or any comments that anyone from the floor wants to bring in from any of the three breakout sessions? Any hands there feel that there's a discussion point we have missed here or something that you wanted to add? I can't see any. Wave higher if you do want to make a point. I can't see anyone saying no. Well, then in that case, a huge round of applause for our three chairs for their excellently succinct summing up. Well, thank you all very much. Very hard to try and find a commonality between the three areas. They're a little bit disparate, but I think possibly collaboration and awareness raising is something that came up with all three breakout sessions. We will have three more breakout sessions tomorrow. I'll tell you more about that at the end of today. But we're going to take a lunch break now, and then when we come back, we'll go into another panel discussion, same format as before. We will have a keynote video address in this case, and then we will have our discussion. Please enjoy your lunch, do some good networking, and come back with lots more questions for our panelists after that. We will be back here on this stage at 14:40. 14:40. So we'll see you again then. Thank you. But it's 10 past.
And it's probably
so
40:45.
It's
5 minutes.
It's an hour and a half, you see. So
Folgen nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und schöner Götter, Funken, Tochter aus Elysium,
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to those still joining online. We know that there are hundreds of you out there following along online what we're talking about here today at the summit. For those of you here in the room, I hope you had a good lunch and were able to enjoy the excellent views of Sofia and have made whetted your appetite for this afternoon. We're starting with another panel, same formula as before. We will have a keynote speaker to introduce the subject and then a discussion dialogue between our panelists. As before, we do want you to ask questions. You can do that by raising your hand in the room. Those of you online, you can also use the Slido tool to get your questions in. We'll be using that again. As before, you just go to slido.com and type in IP enforcement. You should be able to follow that. You should also see there another question for you that is related to the topic of our first panel. Our first panel this afternoon is information sharing, breaking down silos between rights holders, intermediaries and law enforcement. And we're asking you, what are the biggest challenges faced in information sharing? So type in one word. It could be anything from resources to language to resources again. That's always one of the ones we get many, many times when we ask this question. So we're going to talk about how an efficient regulatory framework really needs joined up thinking. Especially when we want to talk about the use of new technologies, which obviously play a key role. As we've heard over and over this morning, we want to see safe, secure, but proper enforcement and sharing of information between all stakeholders, including right holders, intermediaries, and law enforcement agencies. And of course, they all have their own particular concerns about what information they want to share. We're going to kick off with a keynote who unfortunately cannot be here in person. He's in Strasbourg, presumably voting this morning on the AI Act, but we have got a video message from Axel Voss, member of the European Parliament. Let's have a look.
So, dear colleagues, dear team from the EUIPO, and dear friends, I'm glad to have the opportunity to participate in this panel on the IP Enforcement Summit. Even if it is only virtually, I would have loved to be with you in Sofia, but unfortunately my agenda does not allow. So the question of the enforcement of IP rights is still of utmost importance for us. I think that intellectual property is becoming increasingly important, especially with the changes that digitization brings with it and should also bring with it. Digitization in Europe requires an immense amount of space for innovation and creativity, and if we want a progressive Europe, we must also ensure that progress can be generated in Europe. We must ensure the competitiveness of our companies by promoting innovation and creativity as the foundations of intellectual property. Nevertheless, I'm concerned about movements that no longer regard intellectual property as a full right. I felt this particularly in the context of the copyright reform 4 years ago. The internet is the main hub for copyrighted protected works. Users can access these works there in many new forms and using new business models. In this context, however, it is becoming increasingly difficult for right holders to enforce their copyright and to be adequately remunerated for the use of their works. This threatens the European cultural and creative industry. Technical advances in the digital realm therefore makes new demands on copyright, and we had to ask ourselves how we want to continue to protect intellectual property. With the reform 4 years ago, we have taken an immensely important step here and positioned ourselves clearly for the protection of innovations, for the protection of creativity, and ultimately for further economic development. Still, 5 member states have not until today implemented the directive in their national law. The Commission should definitely be strict on this As far as I know, they referred these member states to the Court of Justice earlier this year. With the technical developments, we also need to continue the discussion about IP protection and enforcement. Now we are dealing with the regulation of artificial intelligence. Here, too, it is essential to make room for digital process and progress. We need strong digital products from Europe to maintain and grow our economy. For this, we need creative minds and innovative ideas that move us forward. We have seen how quickly, in a global crisis like the corona pandemic, inventive ideas become essential and how dependent we become on innovations. In return, however, we must also make a clear commitment to protecting these ideas and innovations. The Digital Services Act brought up new rules which are, in my opinion, not comparable but also not satisfying from a copyright perspective. So far, I guess we can live with it, but especially in the light of the emerging technological developments, live events must be better protected. In this light, new challenges are ahead if we are looking to new developments, especially digital developments like ChatGPT, the metaverse, or robo-journalism, robo-music, or robo-texts, some old questions do come up again, like what we need is a copyright register and how we cope on a transatlantic level. Maybe our conference will already find some answers. I wish you a fruitful and successful discussion to bring forward the enforcement of IP law, especially inside of new technologies. Please let me know your results and keep contact to my office and to me especially, that we can continue our work in promoting copyright protected works. All the best for you, your Axel.
Indeed, as he mentioned, it's quite a big day for the European Parliament on digital matters in Strasbourg. I'm sure many of you will have seen the notifications during the lunch break that they have voted on the AI Act, but something to discuss perhaps later on. We're going to stay on this panel looking at the information sharing issue that has become something of a thread through the previous discussions, but we're going to break down the silos. We're going to talk about specifically rights holders, intermediaries and enforcement. So please welcome to the stage my four panelists to join me. May Berthelot, who is the Senior Director of Anti-Counterfeit at Vinted. We also have Jean-Paul Forceville, Director of European and International Relations at La Poste. Leo Longar is Brand Protection Director at LVMH. And Claudia Martinez-Felix is Deputy Head of Unit from DG Grow in the European Commission. Thank you all so much for joining us. So I think we'll do the usual quick tour de table. Tell us what you're working on and what your considerations are at the moment, and a bit about yourself. May, you can start. I'm sure many people have heard of Vinted, but give us the background anyway.
Hi, thank you so much. It works? Okay. Hi, everybody. So thank you so much for having me today. I work for Vinted, which is currently the Europe largest platform dedicated to fashion in secondhand. So we're a Lithuanian company, and right now we have 80 million users, and we're operating in 19 countries in Europe, mostly separated between Western Europe and Eastern Europe. And we're now more than 1,700 employees. On my side, so I'm Senior Director of Anti-Counterfeit. I've joined Vinted only 10 months ago, with a background of 10 years working as head of legal and anti-counterfeit for another platform in France.
Well, thank you very much, May. Jean-Paul, talk to us about La Poste Group and how you intersect with the anti-counterfeiting issues.
Yes,
Good afternoon to all, and happy to be here with you. Thank you for inviting La Poste. You might be surprised maybe to find me on the podium, and maybe at the end of this panel you will know that it was right to have us here. Well, La Poste is, of course, the postal designated operator, that is the universal service provider for postal issues in France. We are also a bank insurance company. We are the 11th bank of the Eurozone. And we are also an expressist with GeoPost DPD, which is the leader for deferred express in Europe. And we also are more and more active in the digital field. Some figures: 35 billion turnover, 35 billion euro turnover, 44% is international, 245 employees, 2.5 billion parcels delivered, and missions of public service, of course. We transport many things, we'll come back to it, and naturally we cannot exclude that in some of the parcels and package we transport there are some counterfeit. We realized this some years ago, and we are working hard on it. I will come back probably on that later, sorry.
Thank you. Now, Leo, LVMH Group, it's more than 75 brands that are some of household names, and I also know you're working a bit on blockchain, so tell us about your perspective.
Yeah, so my starting line is usually I work for LVMH, but I don't do LV nor MH. It's quite a large group, of course. We have different anti-counterfeiting teams. Some of my colleagues from MH are here, for instance. But my team takes care of 27 brands of the group: Dior, Kenzo, Givenchy, also some watches like Zenith, Agario, Hublot, etc. And we obviously take care of all the on and offline anti-counterfeiting operations. With a big part on the action side. I can go into some details on. There's almost an industrial side to that, where we seize over 6 million goods. We have 20,000 actions per year. We take down over 2 million illicit content online. So there's quite industrial part of that. We want to do in-depth operation as well. And then we do a lot of cooperation, and that's the topic of the panel here. We do a lot of cooperation both with intermediaries. We have lots of discussions on the online side with different stakeholders there, but also on the ground with the authorities, where we go and see and visit them and train them and talk with them how to improve their actions.
Well, thank you. Claudia, I'm sure we're all familiar with DG GROW and the European Commission, but tell us a bit about the unit. What is intangible economy?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, intangible economy has been the new name that was granted to the unit that historically has been always responsible for the IP legal framework and also for the policies that we develop in the context of IP enforcement implementation. We are basically ensuring that the IP action plan that you may have heard already, it was already adopted in 2020 with tons of deliverables, that we are actually delivering on them. We heard this morning my big boss, Commissioner Breton. He mentioned already a number of achievements, and I think it's very relevant to bring also to the table the modernizations of the rules that we're doing on designs, because obviously designs is important, design protection for enforcing those rights, and we heard Piccolinos before on that front. But we're also just rolled out a new scheme for protecting geographical indications on craft and industrial products. And we recently also have adopted the patent package, which contains 3 big pillars complementing the unitary patent that we are also supporting and rolling out from the Commission side. So this is in short what our unit is doing, but obviously in the context of IP enforcement, We are also responsible for the Memorandum of Understanding on the online sales of counterfeited that was already mentioned and briefly discussed in the previous breakout session. And of course, also the MOU on advertising. This is also under the sort of auspices of the work of our unit. And the cooperation with different intermediaries and different right owners become very precious, also in light of the new legal regulatory framework that we're having in place with the DSA. That certainly we will come back into that in terms of other points. But that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you all. So we know where everyone's coming from, but I want to ask you all the same question, that sort of same central question, which is, what is undermining information sharing in this area? Because I think there's a fairly big consensus that information sharing and collaboration is better in general, but how do we get stakeholders together working properly to fight counterfeiting? May, do you want to start? What do you see as undermining information sharing? What are the concerns?
I would say GDPR to start with. Trade secrets, and of course business sensitive information. That would be the first thing, and that's why I think it's a good idea that we have the MOU, for example, or bilateral exchanges, so that we can actually share information, but in a confidential environment.
Same question, Jean-Paul. Where do you see the challenges or the hurdles?
Well, of course, data sharing is the key issue, and for instance, we provide nearly 3.2 million electronic declaration to French customs every month. So there is a lot of information, and this quantity of data enables customs to better identify potentially illicit goods or networks and to remove them from the postal circuit. And we have, thanks to this information, withdrawn, which compared to 3.2 million might look too little, already 23 kilo items in 2022. Beside that, we can only share this information with the customs because legally there is a legal framework. For instance, it's not possible for us to share data with the right holders, for instance. We are not allowed to do that. Maybe that could be changed. For the time being, all data must be first centralized by the customs authorities, who will then decide to share them with the right holders or not. Last information about customs. We might come back to the GDPR maybe later.
We will.
So I stop here.
Okay. Leo, from your perspective, do you agree with what you've heard so far as those are the biggest challenges?
Yes, I would add the three main points I see. One is the tools. We need obviously the right tools to share information. There are some existing tools. The IPEP from the EUIPO, for instance, is actually quite a good tool. And it's working. We're feeding it with some information as well. But then comes in another hurdle. It's the willingness of people to use it, actually. And if you need to convince people on the ground, police, customs, etc., to actually really use it and understand their issue as well, and that's the third hurdle, which besides the tools and the willingness, is the resources. I mean, an average custom officer or police officer, he has so many different tools to use. So if you put on top of that a new EU tool, well, you might not have time or the willingness to really get into that. So that's the three main topics. The same issues I see in the exchange or collaboration with the intermediaries, with the platforms, for instance. With some platforms, we have a relatively good understanding. It works quite well, especially on the e-com side. I think the most the bigger e-com platforms are interested in cooperating with us. They're ready to exchange. We really look, we search solutions together, so that's working quite well. With others, it's much more difficult, right? There's really a willingness issue there. Social media, not to mention them, much more difficult than the e-com platforms, for instance. So you need that readiness from all stakeholders as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, social media and influencers, of course, a whole different ballpark than we're used to dealing with in the past. I will say, because I did ask you to put on Slido, some people have already started doing it, and there's a great deal of overlap already. Resources, reaching the right people, cooperation, protectionism, trust, availability of data for all, and proper characterization of the information are two issues that have come up, as well as one global dedicated platform as something that I think we're seeing as one of the challenges. You can keep putting these in. I am keeping an eye on what you're writing down, so we'll try and touch on all the points. From your perspective, Claudia, let me ask you a slightly different question regarding GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, or as I've heard it described to me by Americans, goddamn privacy rules. So tell us about how we can ensure that the GDPR isn't used against enforcement efforts. I mean, it's tricky to get the balance right.
Yes, thank you for the question. I would say, unfortunately, there is no magic reply at this stage. GDPR rules are the rules that we have. It's composed of 3 different directives, e-privacy, you have the data protection, obviously, for the GDPR for personal data, and then you also have the one that relates to the data processed by law enforcement authorities, but all have in common, I think, something, which is what do we understand by personal data, and in which circumstances such personal data can be actually processed and exchanged. And there are a number of conditions. This is not a jungle. This is not just, you know, a blocking hurdle. On the contrary, I think it's important to understand that there are concrete situations where such personal data, and what do we understand by personal data, that's also another a question to look into it, but can be processed if, for example, there is a legal mandate, certainly, but also if there are legitimate aims that are being pursued by that third party that wants to process this data. Currently, the Commission is, well, and the GDPR authority, the supervisor, is actually updating guidance on what we understand are these legitimate aims. And in this context, part of the work that the Commission is doing is also to ensure that we can get some further clarifications in the context of the fighting against counterfeiting. Maybe just to complement on that, because I think colleagues have mentioned most of the problems that we have heard from the consultations that we have taken in the last 2 years. And information sharing certainly has been very high on the agenda, and that's an area where the Commission is taking it very seriously. And what we have also seen is that there is this legal complex, environment in terms of GDPR rules, but not only, also, for example, in terms of the possibility for competition rules, to apply, what type of exchange of information can actually take place between the different stakeholders. And in that front, also in the context of this initiative that we are preparing, it was already announced in the IP action plan, that's the toolbox against counterfeiting. We also aim at signaling these available tools. It can be, additional guidance, clarifications in those areas where we have understood from the consultations that there is a need for further clarification. And so that is also something we would be commenting. And I don't know if I will have the opportunity to briefly touch upon the competition aspect, because... Yeah.
Well, and also there's a plethora of different authorities there. We've got competition authorities, data protection authorities. I mean, there is a lot of advice for controllers that they need to absorb.
Absolutely.
Jean-Paul, you also raised the issue of GDPR. Give us your
Well, briefly, and to complement what I was saying about data, Our problem also is that we are not an integrated network. We depend on the information coming from other posts. And you can imagine that certain posts has less capacity, less investment power to be able to send us all the quality information we need now to go in front of the customs, and that's where we can also use artificial intelligence to cope with this issue. But we'll come back probably later on this. On GDPR, just an example, the American authorities have taken what they call the Stop Act. You probably heard to stop all the narcotics, etc., etc. And the information which is required by the US Customs is, according to the European Board of Data Protection, not compatible to the GDPR. So we are working with a kind of provisional exemption, but it will not. We will not be able to continue like this. And there are also some different interpretation if you talk to Digitaxud or if you talk to this board of protection.
Well, May, let me come back to you and ask, what sort of information does an organization like yours need to help identify counterfeit goods? And tell me a bit more as well about, you know, the sort of e-commerce solutions that you might put in place.
So in terms of information, actually everything, even the most basic information. The thing is that, so when you're a right owner, let's say either you're like protecting one brand or many brands like you are, but on our point of view as a platform, we are facing everything, and sometimes we don't even know that the brand exists if it's not part of the most famous one. So that would be it. And so what is crucial for us is, let's say, the new prices, the price ranges on which we would most likely find counterfeit goods, how to make the difference, for example, like between authentic and fake items and so on. So it's all the information, the keywords and everything.
I mean, and without wishing to run away down a tech rabbit hole, is there, you know, AI tools or sort of predictive tools that can help you do that?
So at Vinted, it's going to be a little bit long, but I need to explain. So we have two things to keep in mind. The first one is, because we are applying restrictions to users, so we always need to find the right balance. So that's the first thing. And the second one is that we are facing super large volumes, so we need to work on automation. But we need to develop things, and this can take a lot of time. Now we are kind of like reshuffling everything and rebuilding the whole anti-counterfeit strategy that is based on 3 pillars now. The first one is mostly anti-counterfeit policies, processes, tools, filters, algorithms, and so on. We are also going to work on artificial intelligence, but I cannot say anything right now. And then the other part, which is also really important, which is actually knowledge, training, and quality. And the last one for external relations, so cooperation with right owners, etc. In terms of features that we've implemented in the last months, so first, we are more severe now with the users who are trying to list counterfeit goods. So we have a new system of strikes, which is much more severe than the previous one. For example, now we have on specific ranges of products the request of adding minimum 3 pictures. And the last one, which is the delayed publication feature, meaning that listings would not be visible on the platform right away, but you would have to wait 48 hours. And during this time, our algorithms are checking if it's okay or not. So that's
well, thank you. Leo, I'd like you to weigh in at this point as well about the information sharing. I mean, you're representing a huge corporation, but does information get stuck in silos? Do you think that happens?
Well, that's a big issue, right? And we need obviously technology to help us doing that. We have a few programs running within our group to help us use our own data, because we have we've been doing that for decades, so we have lots of our own data that we're not using sufficiently to actually increase the targeting, right? We want to get the big fishes, the high value targets as we call them, and that's through use of technology, right? There's surprisingly not that much existing that really works well. So we're trying to build some ourselves. We work with startups, with various service providers that help us on that front. But technology is certainly the answer. And the same is true on the authority side. We were actually, a few months back, we were at the Turkish-Bulgarian border in Kapitan Andreevo, and we saw how they control and what they do there. Fantastic job by the Bulgarian custom officers. There's 3,000 trucks crossing that border every day. So there's no way you can check them all, right? So the only way, and it's worse on the postal side, right? The millions of small parcels coming in, there's no way you can check them all. It's below 5%, I think, what you can really check. So the answer to that avalanche coming in is technology, right? But we're definitely not there yet. There's a few interesting things that start to exist, but we're far from having an efficient system that really works.
And can I ask you about what sort of collaboration you might have in place with intermediaries? Often we think intermediaries simply means digital intermediaries, but with postal services, with customs. I mean, are you seeing that you can work hand in glove with them, or is there still a little bit of work to be done?
That really depends on the countries. In some countries it works really well. The authorities are very open and actually asking for our help, because in a lot of the cases we do quite a large part of the police work, right? We would do all the investigation and we go with the final file to the police and tell them where to raid. In the end, you need police officer going somewhere and raiding a place, right? So there's no technology is not going to remove that part. So you definitely need the resources on the ground. But there is a lot of positive developments. We're talking to La Poste as well, to other intermediaries, and in general, I definitely see an openness on most stakeholders in this area. It's obviously dependent on some countries where it's much more difficult. Don't want to mention some here, but there are regions where it's really difficult to cooperate with the authorities, and also with the online stakeholders. You can see some making a real effort, and others where they're simply reluctant, or you can see, well, they make money on the counterfeiters in the end, right? So they don't have an interest working with the rights holder necessarily.
Well, Jean-Paul, I'd be interested to get your side of this story in terms of working with industry. I mean, is there an argument to be made that if public resources are limited, it's useful to have private sector doing the heavy lifting and then feeding back into the enforcement side?
Well, I think that here, and I see it, I have been chairing Post Europe, the organization of the Post in Europe for 12 years. So, and I've seen that in some countries there is a reflection, there is work on counterfeit, and some others where it's not the case. There are countries where there is a good cooperation between the Post and the customs, in the case in France, really close collaboration, and sometimes Post Europe was useful to connect the two because they were not talking together. I think which is quite very useful also in the dialogue between the right holders and La Poste, is also to be all members of UNIFAB, which is a very active, Delphine was at my place this morning, and frankly it helps. So that, but here I think that we should also probably, listening to the debate this morning up there, talking about consumers, we should also, the Commission probably should include maybe a little more the consumers in this.
Well, I do want to ask from the Commission side, representing Claudia, what can the Commission or the EU framework do to support countries or regions at whatever level? And tell us a little bit as well about the toolbox.
Yes, thank you for that question. Well, from what we see, and I will jump into the toolbox in a minute, but what we have seen, of course, in the last recent developments is that a lot is happening. And I think from the Commission side, we're pushing very much for that greater cooperation. We see it with the new regulatory framework that will be fully applicable as of February next year. I'm talking, of course, from the digital dimension. And so I'm talking about the DSA that was already, well discussed earlier on. There has been now recently, of course, a new proposal from the Commission to reform the customs union. I think that's also very important to flag when it comes to as well data sharing and new data hub, which we agree it's far in the time. We're talking about 2035, but that's also something that is already happening in terms of gathering further intelligence between the different customs authorities, and I think this is very important, and we need to keep on encouraging. Then there is also, and I'm looking as well at international level cooperation. We were earlier hearing this word of trust, right? Trust is so important, cooperation is so important at all levels, and I think this is where the Commission is also stepping in its efforts, for example, in the context of the OECD work streams from the working group on illicit trade, where we see as well a new working group on e-commerce, online and counterfeiting. And centrally there, the Commission is also, and my team is participating in these discussions to ensure that we have landing zones across jurisdictions when it comes to also cooperation and fostering information sharing. But beyond, of course, what we are also doing in the context of the preparation of this initiative, which is a non-binding initiative on counterfeiting, is also looking at what are currently the gaps where we can still fill in with additional, for example, I would call it tools, not necessarily new tools, but tools which are not being used sufficiently, so that we actually recommend the use. And I think we don't need to duplicate what already exists. We just need to make sure that everyone is well aware. And I'm just thinking, for example, of this IPEP that has been already mentioned, that EUIPO is deploying now even on an app. And then we need to ensure that all law enforcement authorities, market surveillance authorities, customs, but also right owners, and soon, hopefully, also platforms can actually join in. And this could be part of what we intend to as well promote. But not only, I mean, we are also, for example, looking at the way that in light of the new regulatory framework, voluntary cooperation arrangements for information exchange can actually be modernized. I'm talking about the MOU. When we were just discussing in the last plenary where we had all signatories sitting in the table, that we want to launch a reflection, we want to launch a call, and that can even, be extended, and that's a conversation that we need to engage, other key actors, notably not only the platforms themselves, but obviously transport and logistics services. We heard earlier on in one of the breakout sessions, payment services actors, certainly tied with a specific information sharing legislation on banking, but still interesting to have them involved, because there is a lot of information that has been, hosted there. And so those are areas that we are keen to explore as we move forward. I could keep on going, but maybe just one last point. Yeah. I think it's important, because I didn't mention our unit is also responsible for a very old directive. You may have heard IPRET, so from 2004, but still, organizing how legal proceedings, for example, on IP matters have to take place, and it's obviously subject to, if I may say, improvement. So we have just launched a study as well to look, for example, on Article 8, which is the right for information, because we have seen certain developments in the courts where we sense that we can go and give a bit of further feedback on that front to ensure that, for example, information is shared and there is a balance between the different rights that are protected, fundamental rights, banking secrecy, data protection, but of course the right of the for example, right owner to get the necessary information to to get the, you know, from for example, the platforms or others. So that are areas that we are planning to cover in the context of the toolbox against counterfeiting.
Leo, I think there was a point or two that you wanted to pick up on.
Yeah, just to add that this legal framework is obviously very important, right? And that's an important puzzle piece in our fight. And we have great hopes for the DSA. I think that's going to be, it's a very important piece of legislation that will help us a lot. Will help or at least put additional constraints on the online stakeholders. So we really think that might be a game changer a little bit. In Europe, there's also a bunch of legal decisions which are very encouraging. The Amazon Louboutin case and others, which really go in the sense of right holders as well. So it's a good environment currently for right holders. The EU Toolbox is definitely proposing interesting things. The difficult part is either it's mandatory, right? It's a law and you have to do it, which is the DSA, which is very good for the online stakeholders, because otherwise they're not doing sufficiently. So you need to force them, or you do it on a voluntary basis, right? And then here you need to convince all the stakeholders to use a tool, and the IPEP is the best example for that. That's an additional tool that can be used. But yeah, if you have three others, whether you're going to use a fourth one, you really need to convince the guys on the ground to use it. And that's a totally different game and decision. But yeah, so sometimes the mandatory stuff is necessary, unfortunately.
May, let me ask you, I mean, if you want to comment on anything that's been said so far, but also what sort of collaboration is most useful for you?
With right holders, you mean? So it depends. I think we have very different kind of collaborations with brands. I think what is most important for us is when we are really collaborating, meaning that we are receiving information from them and they are also sharing information with us. What we can share, for example, can be like counterfeit patterns, trends, information on users if we have the an authority asking us to give the info, and from the brands, of course, like all the knowledge that is possible to give us. So yeah.
I think we also have the results of our poll. I think we may be able to see a word cloud, if possible, up on the screen to get a sense of people have been typing in what they think is most important of the subject that we're discussing. I don't know, can we see that on the panel screen yet? Perhaps, yes, there we go, it works. Wonderful technology. So it's some quite long phrases there rather than single words. Proper characterization of the information, overarching responsible authority, counterfeit hiding in postal, trust, cooperation, reaching the right people, resources, content versus status, availability of data for all, one global dedicated platform, and protectionism. It's covering a lot of ground there. I'd be interested, Jean-Paul, just to get your thoughts on any of that. Does any of that surprise you, or were you expecting these sorts of points to come up from our audience?
No, frankly, I think that there is no. I like the trust concept, but it has to be built in a way. We can see that we are not at that point here, and but with more dialogue. With more also legal, firm legal framework, but I think that the dialogue, it's useless to say, well, you are responsible for this and you are doing nothing, etc. That doesn't lead to anywhere. But let's talk together and see how we can better work together. But availability of data is really key, and because it will help us through the blockchain, through the EA, to make some progress, because physically it has a limit. On a day-to-day in our premises, we have custom officers and postmen going together and trying to see where it come from. You should try to check this and this and this and this. This will always remain, and it is important that there is part of the human behavior and human know-how. But the IA and blockchain will also be much better.
Well, we've moved beyond the blockchain hype era where every second panel in Brussels and the rest of Europe mentioned blockchain as a panacea for every ill of humanity. But in reality, Leo, can you tell me what practical solutions it's offering and how is it working for you?
I totally echo what you just said. I mean, blockchain, we all thought it's going to change the whole game. It's obviously not, right? We have gained some experience with it now. There is some interesting perspectives coming out of it, but on the one hand side, it's still relatively expensive, as we heard this morning as well. So whether you want to do that for a certain type of product is really quite questionable. And secondly, you need to implement it into a whole ecosystem, right? So our group uses it on some specific product, but it's actually more used for traceability, for interaction with customers, guarantee card and stuff like that, where it makes sense, right? You can get a real benefit for as a customer from that, and the secure thanks to the blockchain. And if you buy a watch for $20,000, you may be interested in that, right? However, it's not really used sufficiently on counterfeiting topics, right? There is initiatives, the blockathon of the EUIPO and others, but I'm still struggling to see concrete examples, very simple to use examples on the counterfeit side. And that's when I talk with my colleagues internally who work on these projects, I'll tell them, well, in the end, I need a custom officer in Bulgaria or a police guy in Kazakhstan to be able to use this, right? With his, hopefully, smartphone or whatever he has, the tool he has, right? But it needs to be extremely simple and some level of security to be really useful. And clearly, we're not there yet with blockchain, and it's not the solution to all our problems, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a customs person on this panel either, but I know that there are several in the audience. So when I throw the floor open in a few minutes, I hope one of you will raise your hands to at least ask a question or give us some perspective. Because for now, I want to come back to Jean-Paul, because I know you're just back from this conference, you told me, in Tokyo, with the WCO and the postal services. Tell us a bit about that, or what were the main themes that were being discussed there?
Well, what organizes the network, the postal network, is the Universal Postal Union, specialized organization of the United Nations. Its head office is in Bern. And by the way, the oldest organization, because it was created in 1874. So, yes, believe it or not, last week I had an intervention for the first conference of the WCO, the World Customs Organization, and the UPU, which was organized in Tokyo. Just a reminder, La Poste and some other posts already in 2008 made a modification or drove a modification of the convention of the UPU to make the counterfeit items not acceptable in the postal sector. Is it respected? Probably not yet, but at least legally we have a kind of framework. And so it was the first time that at this level, even if there are regular operational meetings, it was the first time we had this meeting, and I think it has been very, very fruitful to listen to each other positions and needs and issues. And there will be another one. There has been a common declaration signed, and we are going, and of course, counterfeit has been discussed.
Okay, well, I am going to throw it open to the floor now, and I see one hand here already. If we can get the microphone down. Any others? Anybody else? Well, okay, well, we'll take the front row first.
Ok, Okay, it's open. Thank you. I'm Gabriel Turcu, a lawyer from Turcu and Turcu Law Office, and it is the hottest topic quite at this moment about the information that should be shared by intermediaries, internet service providers and intermediaries whatsoever, carriers and so on. And of course, the biggest challenge is to have the right balance between rights. But this challenge and this goal for the right balance should not be considered as a step back for what was already gained by the right holders, and I'm referring to the few informations which shall be guaranteed according to the Article 8 from the Directive 48. These are given. Are not many, are a few, but are allowing the right holders to chase the bad guys. So when, from my perspective, anytime when we'd like to have a view over the right balance between rights, this cannot put under the question these basic informations. Of course, we may think about figures, amounts of money, incomes. This shall be subject to a right balance, but not identities. This was the first consideration, and this was analyzed in various decisions. It was in decision 580 for 2013 in Coty versus the German bank, and it was underlined before by Claudia, and this goes to the conclusion that internet service providers, carriers, postal office do have the obligations to provide these basic informations from Article 8 at request of the trademark holders, not only from the authorities, because as long as the directive provides this right and the obligation, this shall come to a goal, to its scope, voluntary. Authorities shall come into subject only in case of opposition. But the cooperation should be the first choice. And this obligation, assumed by the intermediaries, is part of their business profile. It is a business conduct, and this a business responsibility for consumers and from the trademark holders. You cannot decide that you may consider to provide these informations. Once you put yourself in such a position, you already refuse the request for informations, and this may bring to liability of the intermediary. And the last point, which was raised by the representative of the Commission, is the new Union Customs Code, which is in the discussion now. And further, I know there is not much progress on the transparency of the information provided by the Customs Authority to the trademark owners. A link between Article 8 from the directive and the Union Customs Code to put together the same content of information could be useful, I believe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, we don't have anything concrete. It's, as you say, still under discussion, so we'll presumably still be talking about this in a year's time. Anybody else want to? Yes, I see another hand, of course, from Philips.
Yes, Jan de Visser, Philips again. I like this slide very much because the word trust is highlighted so clearly, and then I also see counterfeit hiding in postal. Yeah, then I can't but resist to make a connection to the status that is given to several postal operators as authorized economic operators, meaning that they can do their own declaring in the EU, and they therefore fall outside the scope of what customs normally handles, and otherwise they are their own customs. Now, we have evidence, or at least strong suspicion to believe that the word trust in the context of how these postal companies are operating is completely abused, in the sense that if you would look at their statistics, so postal operators look at the statistics of how many counterfeit cases they actually report to the right owners, and then take that against what customs normally report in the EU, and you will see a striking difference. In other words, the status that is given to these authorized economic operators is an abuse of the position that right holders should have more transparency on how these people are operating. Because what you now see is that for the sake of developing business, and some of these postal operators, PostNL for example in the Netherlands, aggressively does a lot of promotion in China directly for people to solicit for business and invite them in nice Chinese video clips to make use of their services. Subsequently, packages are sent to the Netherlands. They are being anonymized before they actually are landing at the desk of the consumer. So you have a postal company anonymizing data, not being able to share, likely having bad statistics in how they perform versus how averages look on the customs level in Europe, and therefore dodging from the responsibility that is notably given the status of authorized economic operator. My goodness.
Okay. Leo, you want to react to that? I mean, I'm conscious not to tar everyone with the same brush, so let's avoid generalities if we can.
No, just to add to Jan's point, which is absolutely right, and I think you need to answer that one, I'm sorry. But just to echo your point, we did a study with the Swiss Watch Federation, and we found out that 30% of fake watches in Europe came from the Netherlands. So that's kind of weird, right? I mean, they're clearly produced in China. 100% of fake watches are produced in China, but it's exactly what you said. It's basically there's a link between PostNL and Chinese counterfeiters who ship stuff to the Netherlands first and then disseminate it throughout Europe. Once it's in Europe, in the EU, it's not checked anymore, and it's basically lost, right? So we actually have been talking to PostNL and to the Netherlands Customs as well. There's a real issue here. And yeah, just to echo your point.
Can we let Jean-Paul get an answer in first?
Well, yes. We know that the OECD has made a review. The figures in 2019 was 2/3 of the counterfeit seized were coming from postal or express companies. So what's the need to crucify the post on this with figures that nobody can prove and behavior nobody can prove? Just let us sit together and speak. And yes, but the PostNL also has to take the flows coming from China Post. By the way, we were discussing it before. The packages coming from China the postal volumes have fallen down very sharply recently, and now the e-merchant, Chinese e-merchant are avoiding the postal flow. So that's also a clear view that the postal have no exemptions on customs issues. They apply ICS2. They work on the level playing field, and even in the US now the audit of the US have written in a recent report that between commercial and postal customs declaration, now postal is a disadvantage than commercial. So we should stop, having this kind of discussion. As I said before your intervention, just sit together and see what we can do. And if there are operators that misbehave, they should be put in face of their responsibilities. But I can tell you that I'm talking for La Poste. For sure, we are not in this kind of behavior.
Oh gosh, okay. Right at the end, all the hands go up. We have one here just in the front row. I think you already have the microphone, and then we'll come to the gentleman further back.
Thank you. I hear about trust and cooperate, and I'm looking for the screen. It's a lot of words, but nowhere it's consumer.
Well, you could have typed it in.
And I think
that you have the power.
And I think I represent the consumers organization. What I think, I want to hear the position or our review for the people in the stage. Who is responsible? So how you are, it's in your vision the responsibility in the online platform and the brands in the front of the consumers?
Okay, Leo, do you want to take us out? And then can we get the microphone over to behind you?
Well, I guess we're all responsible, right? There's not one main responsible here, but you're absolutely right. And we heard the statistic before. A third of the consumers, the young consumers nowadays, have no problem at all in buying counterfeit. And that's frankly really worrying, right? And that's certainly one important front we need to work on and explain all the bad facts about counterfeits. We know them all. Well, we need to convince the consumers, absolutely. And we were talking before, they need to have tools to check as well. There's always a certain percentage of consumers who want to buy counterfeits, right? Those are more or less lost and they're always going to find it if they really want. But we need to make it very hard for them to find it first. And secondly, we need to convince the others and make sure that the others don't buy by accident any counterfeits. There's a lot of education needed here, and that's the cheapest form of fighting counterfeits in the end, and absolutely crucial.
Just one word. You're right, and I raised the point. Buck should be there, but I know that there is some representative of the consumers speaking tomorrow, today. I don't remember, but it is also very difficult to talk to the people. We had that with UNIFAB, and it's always difficult to find the right words because. You shouldn't try to make them feel guilty because it doesn't work. So yes, we have to explain more, but to find the right words to explain.
Going back on what Leo was saying, I really think that we need to work as a platform on our point of view to create more educational measures and measures that we are actually displaying at every step of the, let's say the listing flow or the experience when you're purchasing something. And also, I think this will be in the next steps for Vinted, but also to go for more, let's say, anti-counterfeit communication campaign, meaning that Rome wasn't built in one day. We know that we still have a lot of work to do, but I think that if we show to people that we are ready to collaborate and that we are ready to do more, it will also probably make, let's say, buyers or sellers who are willing to sell and buy counterfeit items to go on other platforms, unfortunately, but then to leave ours, which is actually our target. So,
yeah, maybe just one word. Obviously, in the DSA, for example, there will be new obligations when it comes to informing the consumer if it has actually happened that it has bought illegal content, and that there will be some information obligations on that front that will follow. And also the new regulation on the general safety product regulation, well, the general safety product regulation that will be probably discussed tomorrow in one of the breakout sessions. Certainly, we will hear more about what role for consumers they're in terms of the existing legal framework.
Okay, and I think one last question.
Yeah, so the last, thank you, Kester from KLM, Royal Dutch Airlines. I want to support what Philips just said and also LVMH about the watches. If I am a consumer and I send a package from Hong Kong or the US through e-commerce when I buy it, as an airline, I get from my freight forwarder all the data. So I recently had one small container with 5,000 shipments. Because of the risk of the bomb on the aircraft, I get all data elements so I can do risk assessment. Now, when it's about postal, I do not get it. So if I want to get a good, let's say I buy a laptop and I put it in bubble wrap in post, I do not get the data. I just get the receptacle from one general post office to the other. This is how you can circumvent the anti-counterfeit risk assessment systems that we have in place to help brand owners to battle this. I think also IATA was in a recent workshop talking about information exchange and how can we share this. So I think we don't have a level playing field today between e-commerce or postal flows, where today postal has the benefit. And I think also that the big platforms and the brand owners could also help in getting that information. If you look at ICS2, we have the same difference. Again, provisioning data to the EU in a new shared trader interface. Yeah, I will stop shortly. I see you looking on your watch. Is that a genuine watch or is it count? No, I'm kidding.
It's a genuine watch. It's
yeah,
genuinely
I know. No, but I'll finish off by saying, if you look at ICS2 with the predict, we are getting the data. We are testing again with one master airway bill with 5,000 unique shipper consignee data. So you can do risk assessment as a customs entity. On postal is very difficult to do that. So we really should make a step into the future. Thank you.
Okay, I see another question just here out of the corner of my eye. If we can get a microphone really quickly and keep it short. And one here in the middle, again, really quickly and keep it short. And then I'll let all the panelists respond because we do have keynote speakers waiting in the wings. But since everyone is so interested in this conversation.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Margarita Sonidi, actually representing the European Consumer Centers. And yes, indeed, we've heard about the 1/3 of consumers potentially buying intentionally counterfeit products, but there is also the other 2/3. And there are big risks, health and safety risks posed by consumers. And the big issue, at least that we face when dealing with consumer cases, is the enforcement. How do they enforce their rights when sellers and manufacturers are based outside of the EU? So how can they go ahead with their rights? Because we also heard that consumers are pretty aware of the concept of counterfeits. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take the other point here briefly. Yes.
Thank you. Felix Fernandez from HP. So technological protection measures can be very helpful to fight against counterfeit. However, the circumvention of those technological protection measures can only be attacked from a copyright perspective. And me personally, I kind of miss the possibility of having a recourse to trademark infringement or patent infringement because of that circumvention of the TPM. Are there any plans? Have there been any considerations in that regard for the future? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think to summarize those two questions, it's how can consumers be protected and how can we deal with the counteracting or the circumventing of actions. Who wants to start? I know, Jean-Paul, you had a point to make from the previous few speakers.
Well, no. I think that on ICS2, everybody is on a level playing field. Is it possible? First, nobody was ready for ICS2 release 2 on the 1st of March. It is to be delayed the first for the airlines until the 1st of July. And then the post should start on the 1st of October. I can tell you that the 1st of October it will not happen because we will not get the information necessary coming from the rest of the world. I mean, from many countries. Stop Act, active since 2 years now, and nobody is 100% EAD. So it will take time, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't work hard on this. And once more, if there are misunderstandings, if there are things to discuss, there are plenty of opportunity to do it at Post Europe. Within the UPU, we have working groups with the IATA, with ICAO, with the WCO. So there are plenty of places to discuss and see how we move forward. But I think that it was at least useful that I be here.
I think
today.
so as well.
And thank you for this. And I hear what is coming from the room, and once more we are available for continuing the discussion. We have to anyway.
Thank you. May, let me bring you in. 1/3 of consumers may be up for buying counterfeit goods, but what about the 2/3 who aren't? How do they remain protected and their rights considered?
You're meaning like what kind of measures that we're applying?
Yeah, what kind of measures, what sort of focus do you think should be on the good 2/3?
So let's say coming back to educational measures, but this is the first part, and then I think it's on our parts in terms of like being a platform to make sure as much as possible that we are removing enough counterfeit content. So mostly that's it, but yeah.
Responsibility all round. Claudia, final word from you.
I think we still have a long way to go. So we need to keep on working, keep on raising awareness about the importance of IP, facilitating IP enforcement, and obviously ensuring that there is a flow of information sharing and cooperation beyond the regulatory framework that we will have in place. For example, in the context of these discussions extended with transport and postal services, that's certainly an area we would want to continue engaging. So.
And Leo, final thought. I almost regret not opening the floor earlier because there's so many comments at the end.
Just very shortly to summarize when I think about our challenges moving forward, there's two, right? One is the volume and the other is the complexity. And the volume of cases just keeps on increasing year on year, and it's the same for all of us. There's more and more counterfeit, there's more and more small parcels, just more and more cases. And the counterfeiters are smarter. They're going to copy any blockchain, any smart tool we're gonna put in place. They will find a way to circumvent that. So these are the two big topics, challenges for us. And one important answer to that is technology. But technology requires resources, right? Which are scarce.
One last thing I want to add is that whenever we are implementing a new feature or anything, all the scammers, all the counterfeiters are actually much more smarter than we are, and they are always doing something better. And at some point, I really think that we need to collaborate more in a more efficient manner to be able, all of us, to tackle the bad content at the same time.
Well, that's a good place to leave it. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all of our speakers. So thank you very much. And I do like to see these Slido word clouds working quite as well as they have. We started out where resources was the largest, then we went through a phase where trust was the largest. Now it appears GDPR is the loudest. I think it shows how people are evolving and thinking during the conversation. So it's nice to see that we're actually reaching people, and of course as well, the audience online able to participate in that. So we will be using that again tomorrow, so make sure that you have your phones and memorize that connection. We're going into our final block of keynote speakers just to wrap things up for today. Of course, it's not over, there's more tomorrow, but we're delighted to have, hearing from the consumer's point of view, has been raised a couple of times, from Malta, the chair of the Malta Competition and Consumer Affairs Authority, Helga Pisotto.
Yes, you mentioned consumers, so I take it off from there. And in the last panel, there was a lot of talk about the role of consumers. And the last few words were volumes, the high volumes. The high volumes equals the number of consumer interactions. So if we address the consumer issue, we are not solving the problem, but we're definitely addressing a big part of it. The consumer, at the end of the day, generates intentionally or unintentionally demand, the demand that is fueling this criminal activity, IP crime, basically. So I will not talk to you about the importance of IP for consumers, but rather what we can do better to engage both consumers and consumers' associations in this battle. We mentioned it this morning that the EUIPO has just published its latest survey on consumer perspectives and awareness. The survey was carried out in February this year, so it's very recent. It was carried out online with consumers years 15 and upwards. The results, because we mentioned a lot of negatives, but there were also positive outcomes in this survey. The results indicate that more and more consumers perceive the purchase of counterfeits as harmful, and they agree that they should be respecting IP. There is also a general awareness of the risks associated with buying counterfeit products and downloading illegal content, so this is good news. Clearly, we heard there's 1/3 that have purchased, of the youngsters in particular, that have purchased either counterfeit products or downloaded illegal content. And there's also an indication that a higher percentage would be ready to do so if the price was right or if they could not access the content from their current subscriptions. So there's much still to be done. So a few thoughts from my end of how we can encourage consumers to make more responsible decisions. And a lot of the points have been touched on. I have the disadvantage of being at the end of the day when most of the discussion has already taken place. But first, we need to continue with our current efforts on prioritizing how to increase consumer awareness. Second, we need more initiatives that can help consumers and regulatory bodies effectively detect and remove from the market counterfeit or pirated products. Third, we need to create an environment where consumers are motivated to include IP in their many considerations when making purchasing decisions. The importance of raising consumer awareness has long been recognized. Educational material has been drawn up, and campaigns have been run with positive results. This effort needs to be continued to be sustained. The Observatory's outreach to consumer representatives is also ensuring that the key stakeholders are more and more collectively engaged on this front. This is an important step in the right direction. Consumers typically turn to consumer authorities and consumer associations for information and guidance. EU-funded initiatives aimed at increasing consumers' value of IPR and undertaken with the partnership of consumer associations are good examples to follow, and more similar initiatives would be beneficial. There is also merit in building a stronger linkage between consumer-focused agenda and the protection of intellectual property rights. Under consumer law, the sale of counterfeit or pirate products is considered a misleading and unfair commercial practice. But the negative impact these products leave go beyond a consumer being scammed and directly impact innovation, as we've heard this morning, can expose buyers to unsafe products, environmental threats, and cyber risks. Overall, they undermine markets that should be working for consumers. Better integrating IPR into the European consumer agenda would ensure a coordinated approach to raising awareness, fostering collaboration, and strengthening enforcement to create an environment that respects and protects intellectual property. With the growth of online sales and the difficulty of controlling what is made available to consumers, we should continue to invest in our efforts to help both consumers and market watchdogs identify sites that are likely to be selling counterfeit products or supporting piracy. From a consumer legislation perspective, the Omnibus Directive has been a much-needed step in the right direction, as it has, amongst others, extended the scope of consumer protection law to address specific issues linked to online sales. While the directive does not have specific provisions related to piracy, the market oversight that is being set up to ensure the effective implementation of these new provisions can also serve to facilitate the identification of sites possibly selling products in breach of IPR. In addition, including sales of counterfeit products and illegitimate online content in the EU Commission's and consumer bodies' coordinated sweep of websites is another initiative that could be looked into and that could serve to sensitize better consumer authorities to the extent of the problem, as well as provide valuable information for consumer information campaigns. This brings me to the point of enforcement. It's been touched on this morning, even now in one of the latest questions, and the issues that we have, particularly when dealing with cross-border enforcement cases where third countries are involved. As a consumer protection authority, we also have responsibility for product safety, and we regularly encounter products that do not meet EU standards and that pose safety risks. These substandard products, even if the majority are not per se counterfeit, also undoubtedly encroach into the legitimate market of IP holders. The EU has a well-established setup related to product safety. It includes a whole process of risk-based sample taking, verification of suspect products, and the REPEX platform that shares information between member states and also with the public in order to recall products and withdraw dangerous goods from the market. Why do I mention this? It's because the areas where we have high risks are children's clothing, electrical machinery and equipment, and toys. And I was surprised to see that they were also a high percentage of the products that are counterfeit that are arriving into Europe. So we don't just have a counterfeit issue, but we also have a linked product safety issue. Within this context, a similar and where possible linked process to that being adopted in respect of product safety is worth considering. Here I'd like to underline that whatever tools are set up, we maximize on our current efforts and resources, and where possible, work together. We're mentioning the lack of resources. Let's not reinvent systems, reinvent the wheels. We need to work together, have more information sharing. We've been hearing about this all day. Set up interoperable IT systems and coordinate our enforcement actions. But even if we had the best market monitoring and enforcement mechanisms, on their own, they will never be enough as long as the counterfeit and piracy market remains lucrative. We must therefore adopt measures to raise the importance that consumers give to IP when making purchasing decisions. This was mentioned as well this morning. Our messages have to be simple. I think it was mentioned by Jean-Paul. Consumers get lost if our communication is not clear, simple, and addresses their particular circumstances. And I will mention the example we have with product safety. You would think that if you tell a person that the product they have just bought is not safe, they would not use it or they would not buy it again. And there are a number of cases, not a few, when the consumers consider that you are not looking after their interests, but looking after market interest. And you really need to dig down to explain to them what is that element of product safety which they are being faced with, the exact risk they are being faced with. Affordability and accessibility continues to be two key drivers of illegal purchases. Affordability remains a matter for industry to address, but more initiatives can be taken collectively to facilitate accessibility and easy identification of sites selling genuine products or legal content. Consumer campaigns are also need to be widespread and sustained over time in order to bring about a change in buying behavior. Finally, we need to maintain the open discussion and the sharing of experience, such as we are doing today, in order to continue to contribute to our collective efforts to keep up with the ever-evolving challenges related to IP enforcement and consumer protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Helga. As you say, not an easy task to sum up towards the end of the day. We've got a final video statement now of today from Darren Tang, Director General at the World Intellectual Property Organization. So let's have a look at the exclusive message he's sent for us.
Your Excellency Thierry Breton, European Commissioner for the Internal Market, Your Excellency Christian Chambaud, Executive Director of the EUIPO, Your Excellency Vladia Borisova, President of the Patent Office of the Republic of Bulgaria, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address the 5th International IP Enforcement Summit. On behalf of your friends and colleagues at EUIPO, allow me to extend our warm wishes to everyone gathered in the beautiful city of Sofia. IP plays a critical role in supporting Europe's economic and social well-being. IP-intensive industries are worth over 6 trillion euros to the EU economy, supporting 80 million jobs, accounting for more than 3/4 of intra-EU trade, and offering a wage premium of 40% over other industries. EU innovators are also amongst the largest users of EUIPO's IP services, responsible for 5 in 10 designs and applications, 4 in 10 trademarks, and 2 in 10 patent filings last year. But just as IP rights promote investments in research and innovation, IP infringement undermines innovation and devalues creativity. The cost is not just economic. IP infringement weakens communities and threatens well-being as well. We know that, for example, counterfeit medicines pose a serious risk to human health, and that IP crime is closely associated with other illegal activities. Ultimately, an EU SME whose IP has been infringed is a third less likely to survive than one that has not. If this is how IP infringement stifles jobs and restricts business growth in one of the world's most dynamic economies, then the impact is likely to be even greater in other parts of the world. That's why the focus of this summit is so important and timely. As well as promoting IP enforcement in Europe, you understand that this is a matter which no agency or region can fight on its own. International cooperation is essential to protecting rights and rights holders and consumers, as well as to ensuring that IP remains a powerful catalyst for economic, social, and cultural development around the world. Creating a positive and beneficial IP culture is one of EUIPO's key objectives, cutting across many aspects of our work. Through the Advisory Committee on Enforcement, we facilitate international dialogue on topical issues around IP enforcement, cooperation, capacity building, and awareness raising. We support member states to develop IP enforcement strategies, including by providing bespoke training for judges, law enforcement officials, rights holders, and others. EUIPO Alert, our database of copyright infringing websites, seeks to prevent advertising revenue flowing to pirate sites. And we are increasing the delivery of impact-driven projects that build respect for IP on the ground around the world. With EUIPO, the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, we have developed IP clubs that are supporting young kids and students in Botswana, Malawi, and Zimbabwe to learn about the importance of IP rights and develop a culture of love and respect for innovation. We'll soon launch a new mobile game on IP designed to help youth discover the power of innovation and creativity. And platforms such as EUIPO's IP Diagnostics tool to help SMEs understand their IP rights and take action to protect them has been accessed over 12,000 times and generated more than 2,000 customized reports for SME owners in its first full year of use. So the challenge now is to ensure that policy and enforcement keep pace with the digital transformation and the rise of new technologies. So that's why the Advisory Committee on Enforcement will consider AI issues at its next session. And that's why we have a standing invitation for more EU countries to join EUIPO Alert and add to our growing database of almost 11,000 infringing websites. We will also continue to explore new ways of using our tools and technology to strengthen IP enforcement worldwide. Just take one example. We are working to help customs officers weed out counterfeit goods by creating a recordation system linked to EUIPO's iPass software that's already used in more than 90 countries. We think this has the potential to be a game changer in the fight against counterfeiting, and we're pleased to be designing the system alongside the World Customs Organization and several member states. At EUIPO, we believe strongly that partnerships spanning government, the public and private sectors and international organizations are key to unleashing the power of innovation and creativity in all parts of the world. So we look forward to continuing our important work with the EUIPO, including through the European Observatory on Infringements of IP Rights and joint capacity building activities. Together, we can build a stronger and more inclusive IP ecosystem, one that supports and protects innovators and creators anywhere in the world, and that brings the benefits of IP to everyone, everywhere. Thank you very much, and let me wish you the best wishes for a successful summit.
Well, we've almost reached that point. We've come to our last speaker of today, and it is last but by no means least, the European Observatory on Infringements of Intellectual Property Rights, or the EUIPO Observatory, is doing sterling work, coming up with all the data to make those really well-driven decisions and advice. So we want to say a big thank you for the work that is being done. And also, to close today, very pleased to welcome to the stage Alexandra Pauk, Acting Director.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We're now approaching the end of the first day of the IP Enforcement Summit, and I would like to very warmly thank all of our distinguished speakers, and indeed all of you participants here in the room, but also online, for a day of rich and engaging discussions. Allow me to highlight some key points, some key takeaways from these discussions. While a wide range of topics were addressed today, they could essentially be distilled into three main themes that are crucial for IP enforcement. Firstly, the need for more cooperation between all players involved, and we've heard it from various speakers today. Secondly, involving intermediaries in cooperation, notably considering the technological developments, is key for a successful enforcement, especially online. And thirdly, the importance of widely raising awareness of the importance of IP and the consequences of IP infringement is also highly relevant. So let me come back to each of these themes and what role the observatory network is playing in that regard. First of all, today's discussions highlighted once again how crucial information sharing and cooperation are to tackle IP crime. This cooperation is needed at all levels to avoid loopholes which IP criminals are very, very quick to exploit. We need close cooperation between different enforcement players, so police, customs, prosecutors, market surveillance at every level, national, between member states, between the relevant EU bodies, and of course beyond that, internationally. The reintegration of IP crime in the EU in the EU's criminal enforcement impact priorities, we've heard a lot about that today, has been a key driver to foster further cooperation through a series of concrete operational projects. This was a focus of today's first panel. A report on the Operation Fake Star, published on the 6th of June, is a relevant example of what can be achieved with appropriate coordination and targeted efforts. Over 3,900 inspections in 17 countries led to the seizures of counterfeit clothing, footwear, and accessories related to 258 brands, with an estimated value of 87 million euro. 378 individuals were arrested as a result of this European-wide operation. The operation had the support of several EU institutions and agencies, such as Europol, Olaf, Frontex, EUIPO, Eurojust, as well as a number of private companies and, as I mentioned, 17 member states law enforcement authorities were conducting it. EUIPO is very proud to be supporting the actions on IP within EMPACT, within, of course, our strictly non-enforcement operational mandate. So we support, and we are leading on the development of a practical handbook to help law enforcement investigate IP crime, which is full of very concrete examples. We also work with CEPOL on training events and webinars. Indeed, increasing IP knowledge of enforcement authorities was addressed in one of the breakout sessions. Looking to the next EMPACT policy cycle, we need to be mobilizing now. It needs to start now. We're almost halfway. It might seem that it's still early days, but it is not. We need to start thinking ahead to ensure that IP crime remains a priority from 2026 onwards. Of course, all of the actions, the operations that are undertaken now and the results that we get will be key evidence in this regard. In this context, we will be supporting Europol as well in the drafting of a new report next year, highlighting the links between IP crime and other types of crime. And we hope to count on your support with cases for this impact action. Today's second panel addressed the information sharing to break down silos and foster cooperation between all players involved. Here, technology has a key role to play to enable effective and safe information sharing. Let me give you an example. This is a real story. A police officer, we heard this later on at a later stage, a police officer found some goods in one of the member states that he suspected of being counterfeits from a big clothing company. And as he wasn't sure how to confirm whether they were counterfeits or not, he actually went to his local high street and he walked into the shop of that clothing company and addressed the sales staff there and said, "To whom can I speak? Are these products here, right next to me, are they counterfeit or not?" Now, of course, he shouldn't have needed to do it like that. We need to make this type of information available easily, and there are solutions to help address this situation. The IP enforcement portal, IPEP, that you know is a free, secure, and multilingual online tool that establishes the contact or enables right holders and the EU enforcement authorities to exchange information about IPR infringements and allows right holders to file and manage customs applications for actions. And in addition to the function to file the applications fully electronically, we are working on a new mobile version. Our executive director mentioned it already when he opened this morning. A new version of IPEP to facilitate its use by frontline officers to swiftly communicate with rights holders and easily notify detentions. So we're hoping that this enforcement officer in the future will just easily take out his mobile and get the information he seeks. The aim is for all relevant players to use IPEP in not only customs and police, but also, of course, market surveillance and intermediaries. We are now recently launched the possibility for e-commerce platforms to log into IPEP. As IP crime is a global challenge, international aspects will also have to be considered. The second theme I would like to highlight is the need to work with intermediaries. When it comes to IP enforcement online, intermediaries have a central role to play in avoiding the misuse of their services to advertise, sell, and ship illegal products or provide access to pirated digital content. This was addressed in 2 breakout sessions. I'm talking about intermediaries in the broad sense here, not only the traditional e-commerce platforms, but also providers of services on social media, payment services, or transport and logistics. The diversity of intermediaries is reflected amongst the speakers today. The Observatory, with its expert group on cooperation with intermediaries, has produced a number of important discussion papers looking at trends, challenges, and best practices. These papers, together with a series of dedicated stakeholder workshops, are feeding into the ongoing work of the European Commission on the EU Toolbox against counterfeiting. And this summit offers, of course, another unique opportunity for stakeholders to provide input into the toolbox at a relevant moment in time in the decision-making process. We are also in close contact with the European Commission to explore ways of how the EUIPO will support the implementation of the Digital Services Act on IPR-related, enforcement-related aspects, as also mentioned by our Executive Director. This collaboration is explicitly envisaged in the Digital Services Act, and we hope to be able to announce further details in the foreseeable future. A specific issue of fighting live event piracy was the subject of another dedicated breakout session today. Excuse me. Here too, a thorough observatory discussion paper published in March was highly relevant for the recommendations published by the European Commission on the 4th of May. The Commission invited the EUIPO to take up new tasks in supporting the implementation and monitoring of this recommendation. As announced by our Executive Director, on the 9th and the 10th of October, the EUIPO will host in Alicante a high-level event to launch a new specialized network of administrative authorities with the aim to promote the exchange of information and best practices between all member states on concrete measures to tackle live event piracy. Today, speakers from the International Olympic Committee, very topical with the Paris Olympics coming up in 2024, right holders and law enforcement authorities already discussed practical measures and best practices to address illegal broadcasting of live sports events. The third and final key theme emerging from today's exchanges, which I would like to highlight, is IP awareness. IP enforcement alone will never be enough to solve the problem of IP infringement. While fighting IP crime aims to tackle the supply chain of IPR infringing goods, raising awareness amongst all citizens of the negative consequences of counterfeiting and piracy is key to addressing the demand side. This is why it was important for us to have the consumer perspective reflected today with a keynote from the Malta Competition and Consumer Affairs Authority and a breakout session on raising IP awareness amongst consumers. IP awareness is an area where the EUIPO is also very active, as this is a central pillar of the observatory's role. A first step is the step to understanding the situation. Our latest IP perception study, published just a couple of days ago, shows that 80% of Europeans agree that counterfeits support criminal organizations and ruin businesses and jobs, 80%. 2 out of 3 also consider fakes a threat to health, safety, and the environment. And 82% of Europeans agree that obtaining digital content through illegal sources entails a risk of harmful practices, scams, or inappropriate content for minors, for example. However, in spite of all of these results we got, still, a third of Europeans find it acceptable to buy fakes when they consider the price is right and when they consider the price of the genuine product is too high. For young Europeans, this rises to half. So clearly, there is still some way of awareness raising to go. So once you understand the situation, the next step is raising awareness and shaping behavioral changes, exploring how consumers can be further empowered in the fight against counterfeiting and piracy. Many of the observatory's ongoing activities aim to do just that. This ranges from pan-European media campaigns to fostering initiatives at national level through IP awareness grants or creating a network of authentic cities. And as was mentioned by the president of the Bulgarian Patent Office, Sofia is an authentic city, together with 3 other Bulgarian cities, part of a growing EU network. Focusing on the next generation is particularly important. So we work on getting IP into the curricula from primary school to higher education. And through the Ideas Powered Youth Initiative, mobilize young creators and influencers from all over Europe on the protection and understanding of intellectual property. In closing, I would like to thank the Bulgarian Patent Office and the European Commission for co-organizing this summit with us. A big thank you also to our speakers and the respective organizations for their high-level engagement and commitment to the global fight against IP infringement. Thank you all again to you everywhere for the active participation today. Enjoy the evening in Sofia and see you tomorrow for the second day of the IP Enforcement Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, a thank you to all the organisers and the host, and a thank you to you, the audience. Now, hands up who feels like they need a really good stretch right now. Okay, good. We're not done yet, though, because I have a lot of housekeeping notes to give to everyone. So please, please, please return your headsets that you've been using for translation. The table is over at the back of the room. Also remember to hold on to your badges for tomorrow, because you will need them tomorrow because of those breakout sessions which are noted on your badge. And the agenda tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock here with a panel here in the main plenary room. Obviously, we want you to enjoy Sofia, and we do want you to keep tweeting using that hashtag IP enforcement, or share it on LinkedIn or whatever social media platform you prefer. And finally, we were kick-started this morning with the President of the Patent Office of the Republic of Bulgaria. And we will finish, thanks to the Patent Office of Bulgaria again today, with a cocktail that takes place just outside the event now. If you go down outside Hall 3.2, and we can all have a chat about what we've learned today. And I will see you all tomorrow.